If you would like to know how this cute and bubbly looking guy could go from this
Did I scare you? If all you see is the handle, guess it looks pretty intimidating.
to this,
It's exactly what you're thinking. I'm gonna become the Demon King.
then you've come to the right place. In today's video, I'll be covering the adventurous and epic journey of 7 deadly sins. So without yapping too much, let's just get right into it. In episode 1, on the outskirts of the kingdom of Leoness, a young squire named Alioni walks through a ruined residential district alongside a veteran knight. The scene looks like the aftermath of a bloody massacre. Bodies of holy knights are literally everywhere. Buildings are destroyed, and not one survivor is anywhere in sight. Mind you, holy knights are the king's guards, so having them butchered this way is like declaring war on the kingdom. The older knight explains to Alioni that all of this carnage was caused by just 7 people, the infamous 7 deadly sins. As we'll find out later, these 7 deadly sins were once members of the Holy Knights themselves who turned on their comrade for whatever reason. Ever since this incident, nobody has been able to track them down, let alone bring them to justice. Well, so long as we assume they're the bad guys, right? We then fast forward 10 years, near the peaceful Canes village, where someone in a heavily rusted suit of armor shambles across an open field. Oh golly gee, who could that be? Then the scene shifts to a nearby tavern called Boarhat, a lively little bar famous for excellent alcohol and food that'll make you vomit. Inside, customers are drinking, laughing, and complaining until a frantic man bursts in claiming he's seen the Rust Knight. Apparently, the Rust Knight was a member of the traitorous 7 deadly sins, so it's definitely bad news. Most customers scoff at the supposed sight, dismissing it as a fairy tale meant to scare children.
I swear by all that's holy, it was the wandering Rust Knight I saw out there.
Come on, they're just made-up stories people use to scare their children into behaving.
We also see the wanted posters of the 7 deadly sins in the Boarhat Tavern. They do look like a bunch of bad guys, not gonna lie. That laughter dies quickly when the tavern begins to creak. Hawk, the talking pig and self-proclaimed janitor, sniffs the air and declares that he smells rust. The door swings open, the customers run for their lives, and the armored figure we saw earlier collapses onto the floor. When the armor falls apart, it reveals not a monster, but an unconscious young woman. The tavern's young owner carries her upstairs, and after an unnecessarily gropey inspection, confirms that she's in fact female, earning Hawk's immediate disgust. Yeah, you're gonna be seeing a lot of groping in this show, unfortunately. When she awakens, the owner explains that she fainted upon entering the bar. He serves her food, which she admits tastes terrible, yet tearfully praises it anyway. She reveals that she's searching for the 7 deadly sins. As they're getting to know each other, there's a knock outside the tavern. Alioni, now 10 years older, and his fellow Knights of the Beard of the Mountain Cat, cool name bro, surround the bar. These obvious scrubs are demanding that the Rust Knight surrender. Alioni warns them not to underestimate the sins, recalling the massacre from his youth, but his comrades brush him off. Hawk reappears wearing scrap armor as a decoy, and the young woman attempts to slip away, only to be spotted immediately. The low-ranking knights chase the young lady through the forest, but Hawk single-handedly knocks them down. Questioned afterward, the woman reveals the truth. The Holy Knights have just staged a coup, and the common folks don't even know about it. King Bartra, the king of Leoness, isn't sick as has been publicly reported. The dude is being held hostage somewhere, and it's almost certain that war is coming. The 7 deadly sins, despite their reputation, are her last hope. Then, Captain Twigo, who's a Holy Knight apprentice, arrives dramatically, collapsing the ground directly beneath the tavern owner, the young lady, and Hawk. The tavern owner saves everyone and confronts the Holy Knight wannabe, while Twigo recognizes the young lady's earring as royal. She is Princess Elizabeth, the third princess of Leoness. As Twigo attempts to kill her by accident, the tavern owner shields her and finally reveals his name as Meliodas. Twigo attacks again and gets absolutely demolished. Meliodas shrugs off every strike, counterattacks with a broken sword, and sends Twigo flying. While smirking, he introduces himself as Meliodas, the dragon's sin of wrath, and leader of the 7 deadly sins. Holy cow! Dude looks like a goddamn child, and he's been living low-key for 10 freaking years? Anywho, Meliodas has also been searching for the other sins as well, and so Elizabeth happily agrees to travel with him. They depart along with the Boar Hat Tavern on the back of an enormous pig, which happens to be Hawk's mother. Some call her Hawk Mama, but I prefer to call her Hawk's mom. It's more formal. Elsewhere, Twigo reports his encounter with Meliodas to a Holy Knight, and from the knight's reaction, he's been dying for this chance to pull up on a member of the Sins, and I can't wait to see it. In the next episode, the story briefly flashes back to the night the coup began, when the Holy Knights stormed the throne of Leoness in search of the king. Amid the chaos, Elizabeth narrowly escaped, setting her on the path she's walking now. Back in the present, Meliodas wastes no time putting Elizabeth to work. He officially makes her a waitress at the Boar Hat, not out of kindness, but because bartending is apparently the best intelligence gathering job in the kingdom. And he really needs to gather as much info as he can on the other sins from the customers. As she serves drinks, Elizabeth asks what terrible crime the 7 deadly sins committed to earn the public's hatred. Meliodas says it's probably because he groped a bunch of women. Yeah, right. The Boar Hat eventually sets up shop outside Bernia village, where Meliodas proudly advertises the village's finest ale made from the Bernia River. Unfortunately, there's no more water in the village, because a holy knight named Gil Thunder literally cursed the village by stabbing a sword into the ground. Since only a holy knight is strong enough to remove the sword, the village has been suffering a severe lack of water. At the village square, a very loud, smug, attention-seeking kid named Mead claims that he's friends with the 7 deadly sins, and that they could fix everything easily. That claim earns him a couple rocks to the face from angry villagers. Meliodas steps in and brings Mead back to the tavern, curious about his 7 deadly sins claim, but the kid refuses to explain anything. And, it's probably mostly because he lied. Elizabeth later connects on an emotional level with Mead, sharing how she used to act out just to get her father's attention. That hits home for the kid. Mead admits that he's an orphan who acts tough because he doesn't really belong anywhere. He then reveals the truth about the sword stuck in the ground. Apparently, he put a bug in Gil Thunder's drink because the knight was verbally abusing the villagers.
Everyone in the village put their heart and soul into making that ale, but he insulted them. Holy knights are no good bastards!
So yeah, that stunt wasn't exactly done for attention, but it does explain why the villagers pelted him with rocks. Still, an overreaction from the Holy Knight though. As for the sins, Mead only assumed that they were good guys because the Holy Knights were hunting them. This kid knows the wonderful concept of the enemy of my enemy. When trouble breaks out in the village, Mead runs back and tries, unsuccessfully, to pull the sword from the ground while the guards mock him. The villagers finally realize that they've been blaming the wrong person and try to help, but no one can budge it. That's when Meliodas casually strolls in and yoinks the sword out of the ground like he's picking a weed, restoring the village water instantly. He tosses the weapon at the guards, who flee, and the village erupts into celebration. Mead gets the apology he deserved, and the Boar Hat hosts a proper party. While struggling through her waitress duties, Elizabeth learns about the Forest of White Dreams, a place so dangerous, even holy knights pretend it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, at Leoness, Gil Thunder hears that somebody has removed his sword. In response, he hurls a spear over 11 kilometers straight toward Bernia village, because sometimes holy knights are just assholes who love to show off. Meliodas senses the attack, catches the spear mid-flight, gets dragged through buildings for dramatic effect, then redirects it back towards Gil Thunder's head. Gil Thunder dodges and realizes the worst-case scenario. Meliodas is alive.
It's just as I thought. You're alive, aren't you, Meliodas?
Knowing they've officially been noticed, Meliodas decides it's time to bounce, hinting that another sin may be waiting there. Deep within the said forest, a woman bearing a serpent tattoo sleeps peacefully, unaware that the plot is heading her direction. In episode 3, the group eventually reaches the Forest of White Dreams, where they finally meet Diane of the 7 Deadly Sins. The moment Diane opens her eyes, this big lady grabs Meliodas aggressively in one hand, only to realize it's her captain. Hawk and Elizabeth quickly learn that she's the Sin of Envy. Unfortunately, Diane also realizes that Meliodas is traveling with another woman. Jealousy kicks in immediately. She hurls him through the forest, leveling trees in the process, while sobbing and accusing him of cheating. You're a literal giant, ma'am. How would this relationship even work? I'm not going down this line of thought. After a destructive emotional meltdown, she finally calms down enough to listen to why Meliodas and the princess are together. Their reunion doesn't last long, however. Gil Thunder suddenly appears and traps Meliodas, Diane, Hawk, and Elizabeth in rings of lightning. The princess recognizes him as someone like an older brother and is horrified to learn that he's the same man who nearly destroyed Bernia village. When she demands he release them, Gil Thunder casually kicks Hawk aside and interrogates Meliodas. He declares that the Holy Knights are hunting the sins to avenge and surpass his father. That's when Meliodas connects the dots. Gil Thunder, whom he used to call Little Gil 10 years ago, is the son of Zaratras, an honorable holy knight who died 10 years ago. Clearly, the Nepo baby has grown some wings. Meliodas admits that he has no clear memory of what exactly happened 10 years ago. However, he does know that during the kingdom's National Foundation Festival, the 7 deadly sins were summoned by the great holy knight Zaratras. When they arrived, they found him brutally murdered, skewered by spears.
Hey, we're here! Grandmaster!
Almost instantly, the kingdom's knights surrounded them, and the sins were framed as traitors. Branded enemies of Leoness, they were forced to scatter. Upon hearing this, Gil Thunder says it doesn't matter. The guy still sticks to the false propaganda, saying they're all traitors anyway for trying to overthrow the kingdom. So, he's a Nepo baby with Reddit-level brain rot. Got it. Soon enough, the fight begins between the Nepo baby and the Sin of Wrath. The second strike catches him from behind, dropping him to the ground. Believing Meliodas is dying, Gil Thunder asks for his last words. Meliodas, ever practical, uses the moment to ask for intel, learning the locations of 2 sins, the fox's sin of greed and the grizzly's sin of sloth. With the info secured, Meliodas springs back to his feet, ready to keep fighting. Episode 4 continues from where we left off. Gil Thunder, frustrated and fired up, prepares a decisive finishing blow. Before he can land it though, Dion grabs and flings him like a lightning-charged projectile. He crashes straight into a nearby chapel, sending priests and civilians flying. With Gil Thunder temporarily removed from the equation, Meliodas and the others make a quick getaway on Hawk's mom. While riding, they choose their next destination, Baste Dungeon, where Bon, the sin of greed, is held captive. Even though the Weird Fangs, the holy knights guarding Baste Dungeon, are probably expecting them, Meliodas decides to go there anyway since it's the closest lead. Time is more important than safety when you're rebuilding a legendary squad. Elizabeth, meanwhile, can't stop worrying about Meliodas' injury from Gil Thunder's lightning. Meliodas, true to form, brushes it off and assures her that he's fine. But the moment he steps into the boar hat, reality catches up with him. Elizabeth finds him collapsed on the floor, having quietly passed out the second he thought no one was looking. Over at the Baste Dungeon, we see 4 members of the Weird Fangs: Golgius, Frisia, Ruin, and Jude, discussing the deadly sins with a holy knight apprentice named Jericho. Then, we switch to Bon in his cell. Despite being restrained with thick metal rods impaled straight through his body, he's in surprisingly high spirits. He's also just learned that 2 members of the Sins are nearby. The episode ends with him breaking out of prison and getting a quick haircut from an attack by Jericho. Imagine turning your attacker into an accidental barber. What a badass. In episode 5, Golgius suddenly shows up with one goal in mind: grab Elizabeth and reclaim Meliodas' sword. He even poisons Meliodas to make sure the job stays simple. Unfortunately for him though, Meliodas wakes up completely unaffected, as if poison is just another flavor of morning tea. Meliodas and Golgius clash several times, but the Holy Knight soon abandons all confidence and retreats as fast as possible. With that nuisance gone, Meliodas and Elizabeth resume their journey toward the Baste Dungeon. However, their trip doesn't get very far before things take a sharp turn. Dion suddenly appears, completely disoriented, and the ominous sound of a bell rings out. In seconds, she snaps into a berserk state and attacks the group without recognizing them. This is the power of the Holy Knight Ruin. Unfortunately, 2 random civilians, a man and a young boy, get caught up in the confusion. Just when it seems like Meliodas might be able to calm Dion down, the bell rings again, and this time, the spell hits him too. Like a switch being flipped, Meliodas loses himself as well and turns on Dion, proving that Sir Ruin has 0 interest in fair fights or friendly reunions. While chaos unfolds outside, the situation in Baste Dungeon is already spiraling. Bon, having dealt with Jericho and confiscated her armor, casually strolls through the prison like he owns the place. Apparently, Jericho's armor just couldn't fit his body, so he humiliated the poor apprentice for nothing. Freedom within these walls, however, is short-lived. Jude of the Weird Fangs catches up to him and wastes no time driving a blade straight into Bon's chest. For some reason, Bon being stabbed through the heart is treated less like a fatal blow and more like a mild inconvenience. Oh, this dude literally cannot die. Absolute bonkers. In the next episode, Meliodas and Dion are still going at it with each other, while Elizabeth desperately yells for them to come back to their senses. For a brief moment, it actually works, until that cursed bell rings again and instantly flips the chaos switch back on. Right on cue, Holy Knight Frisia steps in, threatening the terrified civilians caught in the crossfire. Elizabeth, having exactly 0 self-preservation instincts, jumps in to protect the boy and ends up badly injured.
I would do it. Even if I were left all alone, I would still protect the kingdom and all its people from the Holy Knights. Oh, lady.
That's when the real twist of the episode drops. The civilian that she just saved is actually Ruin in disguise. This guy has been playing everyone from the start. With the bell exposed as the source of Dion and Meliodas' hallucinations, Ruin turns his attention fully to Elizabeth, beating her down without mercy. Even battered and bleeding, Elizabeth manages to knock the bell away, breaking its hold on the two sins. Sir Ruin moves to punish her for it, but Meliodas arrives in time to save her. The battlefield is now cleanly split in two. Meliodas takes on Ruin, while Dion squares off against Fretzia. Both fights end exactly how you'd expect when you pick a fight with a deadly sin. Very fast and deeply humiliating. With their enemies dealt with, the group finally resumes their journey to Baste Dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Bon gives Jude a taste of his own medicine by stabbing him with his own weapon. Ouch! When Meliodas and the others reach Baste Dungeon, Golgius seals them inside using the Eternal Seal spell. Unfortunately for Golgius, he didn't account for one very important factor: the reunion of Meliodas and Bon. The sheer force of their greeting causes so much destruction that the dungeon itself collapses, breaking the spell and rendering Golgius's plan hilariously pointless.
If I recall correctly, and I do, I've beat you 361 of them.
I've won 361 times. You must have lost your mind.
Bon and Meliodas weren't even aware of the spell to begin with, let alone how they broke the damn thing. Elsewhere in Leoness, another bombshell drops. King, the Grizzly's Sin of Sloth, is alive and well, and currently working alongside Gil Thunder. How did that happen? In episode 7, Meliodas picks their next destination, the necropolis, aka the capital of the dead, where King is rumored to be hiding. Mind you, the necropolis is said to be a place where people go when they die. As the group speculates about what horrors might be waiting there, Bon promptly zones out and falls asleep, slowly slipping into memories of his past. In this flashback, Bon recalls his obsession with the legendary Fountain of Youth and his repeated attempts to steal its water. The water is said to grant immortality, but every single time he attempts to grab the water, he's blasted away by a mysterious girl guarding the spring. After enough failed attempts and mutual frustration, the two finally talk instead of fighting. Bon learns that taking the water would cause the entire surrounding forest to die. Faced with that reality, he gives up on immortality. After reading his mind, the girl is pleasantly surprised that he's actually serious about giving up, so she introduces herself as Elaine. The rest, as they say, is history. Back in the present, the group stops at a nearby village said to be the closest to the necropolis, and splits up to gather information. Bon ends up meeting two siblings, Ellen and Luigi, and tries to get any useful info about how to enter the necropolis. Their conversation is cut short when suddenly King appears and stabs Bon straight through the chest. 'Cause that's just how greetings work around here. A brief fight breaks out, but the moment King spots Dion, he panics and flees into the necropolis without explanation. Afterwards, the kids reveal an important clue. A priceless memory shared with the deceased is the key to entering the capital of the dead. The group racks their brain for meaningful memories, but nothing works, until Bon remembers Elaine. I guess that confirms that Elaine is dead now. That memory opens the path, and the group vanishes before the stunned siblings' eyes. Inside the capital of the dead, Bon spots what looks like Elaine in the distance and immediately gives chase, with King secretly following behind. Meanwhile, back in the village, a mysterious female holy knight appears behind Ellen and Luigi, calmly confirming that the capital of the dead truly exists. What are these holy knights about to cook up next? In the next episode, the mysterious Holy Knight finally reveals herself as Gila, who immediately does what Holy Knights apparently do best these days: be an asshole to everyone. Luigi is forced to tell her the way to gain entrance. Gila doesn't have any priceless memories to share, so she does the next best thing. She forces her way into the capital of the dead by killing herself. Quite the dedication there. Inside the capital, things get personal really fast. We get more flashbacks showing a demon's brutal attack on the Fountain of Youth, which eventually led to Bon getting severely injured and Elaine getting killed. But before drawing her last breath, she gave Bon the immortality drink, CPR style. Oh, so that's why Bon doesn't die. Unfortunately, King, who happens to be Elaine's brother, believes that Bon killed her to steal the immortality drink. So, in the present, he petrifies Bon in retaliation for Elaine's death, settling an old grudge with extreme prejudice. However, the spirit of Elaine herself intervenes, undoing the petrification and stunning King in the process. Elsewhere, Meliodas and the others run into Gila. A fight breaks out with Meliodas and Dion taking her on, only to realize that she's far from an easy opponent. The clash is so intense that the shockwaves reach Bon and King's location. Bon wastes no time and rushes to join the battle, leaving King alone with Elaine. With no distractions left, King finally listens as his sister pleads with him to help Bon and the others. As if on cue, Hawk shows up with Elizabeth, who tries, bravely and somewhat hopelessly, to pull King's spear from the ground to fight for Meliodas. Her sheer determination strikes a nerve with King, and even he joins the fight against Gila. To nobody's surprise, he makes a loud entrance by shoving a spear through Bon's body, 'cause why not? In episode 9, with King finally entering the fray, the fight wraps up in record time. Wielding his magical spear named Chastifol, he completely overwhelms Gila, ending the battle so decisively it makes everyone else's earlier struggle look a little embarrassing. Afterwards, the group makes it back to the real world, and Elizabeth can't help but gush over the King's strength. After all, he defeated Gila alone, while Meliodas, Bon, and Dion needed a 3-on-1 just to keep up. By the way, I feel like I must mention that King is a small fairy who can float in the air, and he can change into a more human-sized, albeit uglier appearance if he wants. Pretty cool. Anywho, King quickly deflects the praise, explaining that the real issue isn't skill, it's equipment. If any of them had their sacred treasures, Gila would have gone down in seconds. A sacred treasure is basically a powerful weapon that is handed to a holy knight by a king. This weapon is capable of drawing out the power of its wielder more effectively. Since the Sins disbanded years ago, most of them have lost their sacred treasure one way or another. Naturally, this turns into the next big quest: track down the missing sacred treasures before things get even uglier. Elsewhere, there are rumors flying around about an impending holy war, and the Holy Knights are busy being incredibly shady. Jericho and Twigo are summoned under Holy Knight Grandmaster Hendrickson's orders and taken underground. There, they're offered magical power in the most ominous way possible, by drinking demons' blood. What in the Illuminati is going on here? The catch is, if they're incompatible, the demon blood will kill them. Both of them accept anyway. Jericho survives and gains power, while Twigo, he don't make the cut.
The power of explosion! I'm exploding!
Yikes. Meanwhile, Meliodas and the gang arrive in the village of Vizel just in time for its annual fighting festival. This year's grand prize is the giant warhammer of Gideon, Dion's secret treasure, making it a must-win situation. Unfortunately, giants are banned from the tournament thanks to a past incident that definitely involved property damage, so Dion is forced to sit this one out. She stays behind with Elizabeth for some much-needed girl time, while Meliodas, Bon, and King enter the competition, ready to punch their way to victory and reclaim Dion's weapon. In episode 10, the fighting festival kicks off with a chaotic elimination round, and no weapons are allowed. By the time the dust settles, only 8 fighters are still standing. With the crowd fired up, the quarterfinals begin. First up is Holy Knight Griamor versus a mysterious fighter calling herself Matrona.
Captain, that outfit, isn't it? Yeah, no doubt about it.
What the? That can't be Elizabeth, can it?
Griamor confidently throws up his magical barrier, only for Matrona to smash right through it and send him flying like a discarded toy. The big reveal follows immediately. Matrona is actually Dion, shrunken down to human size and stuffed into Elizabeth's clothes. As it turns out, Dion and Elizabeth had earlier run into a giant mushroom known as a chicken matango. Feeling threatened, the mushroom shrank both of them, turning a casual walk into an impromptu science experiment. Conveniently, this side effect also lets Dion sneak into the giant free tournament. Really convenient, actually. The second match pits Holy Knight Howzer against Taizu, a 3-time festival champion who clearly peaked in the past. Howzer ends the fight in a single punch. The third round features King against Kane, a drunken old man who looks like he wandered into the arena by mistake. Unfortunately for King though, fighting without Shastifol leaves him at a huge disadvantage, and Kane unceremoniously knocks him out of the ring. The last of the quarterfinal match is Meliodas versus Bon, a fight that feels less like a competition and more like two friends settling things with their fists. Watching from the sidelines, Howzer finally connects the dots after hearing Griamor's report and realizes the terrifying truth. These troublemakers aren't just strong, they're members of the 7 deadly sins. In the following episode, Meliodas and Bon finally square off. At first, it looks like Meliodas has the upper hand, until Bon activates his snatch ability and straight up steals Meliodas' power and stamina, flipping the momentum in an instant. Bon moves in for the finishing blow, confident that it's over, only for Meliodas to suddenly grab his wrist, crush it without breaking a sweat, and blast Bon out of the ring. King and Dion catch the whole thing, but instead of celebrating, they're unsettled. There's something creepy about the look on Meliodas' face when he gets serious. That look, as well as that tattoo that briefly appeared on his forehead, reminds them that he's holding back far more than he ever lets on. The semifinals kick off with Dion versus Howzer. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's sister Veronica and Veronica's lover boy Griamor are on a frantic search for Elizabeth. They're completely unaware that she's currently within the vicinity, albeit small enough to fit inside a pocket. Back to the match, Dion spends most of the time dodging Howzer's wind attacks, not because she can't handle them, but because she's wearing Elizabeth's clothes and doesn't want to shred them. When Howzer finally unleashes a full-blown cyclone, Dion stops holding back, turning her body into heavy metal and smashing through his attack to secure a decisive victory. Up next is Meliodas versus Kane, and this match takes a sharp turn into emotional whiplash. Kane reveals that he knew Meliodas in the past and hails from Donafor, the kingdom Meliodas is rumored to have destroyed. Turns out, it's also the same kingdom where Elizabeth was born. Kane confronts him with the heaviest question possible. What possessed him to kill Liz, the woman Meliodas loved? Meliodas quietly responds that he tried to protect everyone at the time, and this time he won't let history repeat itself. When Cain asks if he can trust him, Meliodas firmly insists that he never betrayed the kingdom.
You didn't betray all of Danafall?
No.
I'm so glad that you didn't turn on us.
Feeling satisfied, Cain forfeits on the spot, handing Meliodas the win without another punch thrown. I think we can agree that a little bit of talk no jutsu never hurt anyone. Then, the final match is set. Meliodas versus Dion. Meliodas casually suggests that they take it easy, since either way, they still walk away with the sacred treasure. Unfortunately for him, a group of women in the crowd start shamelessly catcalling him, and Dion does not take kindly to that. Instantly annoyed, she brands Meliodas a womanizer, and any chance of a friendly match evaporates on the spot. Elsewhere, trouble is already on the move. Gila, Jericho, and another Holy Knight, Marmis, are heading straight for the Vizel, and Jericho is eager to test out her newly acquired power. I mean, of course she'd want to redeem herself after Bon humiliated her, eh? In the next episode, Dion continues beating the ever-living daylights out of Meliodas, who desperately insists that he has absolutely no idea who those women in the crowd are. Their argument turned brawl screeches to a halt when Meliodas suddenly senses something very wrong. He turns, freezes, and calmly announces,
"My real identity is captain of the 7 deadly sins! We're taking over Vizel! Everything here belongs to us now!"
The sins are actually trying to save civilian lives here, although the captain could have been more direct. Naturally, the crowd laughs them off right up until Gila, Jericho, and Marmis arrive and confirm that this is not a joke. The Holy Knights attack immediately, and the stadium clears out in record time. Jericho goes straight for Bon and brutally slashes him, shocking him when his wounds refuse to heal. Meliodas engages Gila, but catches him off guard and knocks him out cold. King finds both Meliodas and Bon unconscious, only to get ambushed by Gila himself. He barely survives, then turns the tables and overwhelms both Gila and Jericho, leaving Hawk to guard the fallen sins. King stays behind to interrogate the 2 Holy Knights. Elsewhere, Dion realizes Gideon is missing and panics. Hauser confronts her over her past crimes, but even then, Dion stops to help an elderly man cause she's still a little softy at heart. That moment of kindness costs her though, as Marmis attacks from behind and sends her plummeting into a ravine. You see why we can't have nice things? Hawk manages to get Elizabeth, Bon, and Meliodas to safety. As Elizabeth prays over the unconscious sins, she suddenly returns to her normal size, which is just perfect timing for Veronica and Griamor to stumble upon her. Veronica immediately drapes her jacket over Elizabeth and launches into a furious lecture about her running off with the 7 deadly sins. She attempts to drag Elizabeth away, but Meliodas regains consciousness just in time to stop her. Veronica responds by pulling out the sacred jewel Goddess Amber and activating it, trapping Meliodas inside. The jewel is typically used for sealing away demonic beings, which kinda confirms that Meliodas is on some demon type. Anywho, Elizabeth snatches both the jewel and Meliodas' sword, demanding that Veronica bring him back, but Veronica admits she doesn't know how. Griamor then traps Elizabeth inside a magical shell, only for Bon to threaten Veronica's life if he doesn't release her. Meanwhile, King continues battling Gila and Jericho, but the mysterious ref at the Vizel festival intervenes, later revealing himself as the Holy Knight Hellbram. What follows is a painful reunion turned duel, with Hellbram clearly holding the upper hand. Back with the others, Bon is taken down by Jericho, freeing Veronica from his threat. Gila and Jericho demand that Griamore hand Elizabeth over. Veronica refuses, and in the confusion, Elizabeth breaks free and runs. Veronica chases after her and shields her from Gila's explosive attack, suffering fatal injuries in the process. She collapses into Elizabeth's arms and dies after a final goodbye, leaving Elizabeth sobbing and calling out for Meliodas. Then, everything breaks. The goddess Amber shatters in a violent explosion of dark energy, and Meliodas emerges with almost half his body covered in demonic tattoos. Oh, in episode 13, Meliodas finally snaps. He launches straight at Gila, slices her hand clean off to reclaim his sword, then casually blasts her with another wave of magic that knocks her out cold. Jericho barely manages to save her with a super recovery spell, reattaching Gila's hand and reviving her just long enough for Gila to confirm everyone's worst fear. Meliodas is now leaking some seriously unsettling magic. Bon, understandably concerned, tries to stop his captain from going berserk. Meliodas answers by cutting Bon in half. Damn! Immortality is doing some heavy lifting here. Elizabeth and Hawk cling to each other, as Elizabeth wonders if the man she's been traveling with is still Meliodas. Meliodas reappears in front of her, sniffs her like a bloodhound, then rockets off to fight Hellbram. Hellbram treats the fight like a science experiment, calmly testing Meliodas' new power while taking notes. Elsewhere, Hauser stares into the massive ravine where Dion fell, clearly shaken. Right on cue, Hawk's massive mother strolls in with the boar hat on her back and casually drops Dion's clothes into the ravine. Back in the sky, Meliodas starts gaining the upper hand against Hellbram until Hendrickson remotely boosts Hellbram's power. With that assist, Hellbram overwhelms Meliodas and prepares to take him away. Just in time, Dion returns with her sacred treasure, Gideon, and saves Meliodas. Now, mad as hell, she demands to know if Hellbram was the one who hurt him. When he doesn't answer, she unleashes Mother Earth Catastrophe, a move that rips the ground apart. Hellbram escapes with Gila and Jericho, but Dion's attack tears through their flying manta rays, severing Hellbram's connection to Hendrickson and leaving his fate uncertain. After all that, Dion reunites with our main group, while Elizabeth hugs Meliodas and begs him not to scare her like that again. Griamore emerges from the rubble, still holding Veronica's body. Elizabeth asks him to bury her near the lake from their childhood and vows to stop the Holy Knights herself. It's right then that Meliodas realizes the worst possible timing for bad news. His sword is gone, and sure enough, we find out that Hellbram escaped with it. The man is thrilled to have stolen a key artifact needed to revive the demon clan. Ooh, interesting. Back at the capital city, Hauser is later told that Veronica and Griamore are dead, news he refuses to believe. We also hear more rumblings of an impending war, with tensions between the Hendrickson and Dreyfus factions of the Holy Knights reaching a breaking point. Apparently, these two Holy Knight Grand Masters are supposed to maintain the balance of power in Leoness Kingdom, but it seems like Hendrickson's doing some illegal stuff, you know, the whole demon blood drinking stuff, to strengthen his faction. That aside, Bond declares that he'll save Leoness Kingdom, then demand the Horn of Kernanos, some magical item, as payment to resurrect Elaine. And as the dust settles, Meliodas makes a quiet but chilling promise. He will end the war that's been raging for over 3,000 years. Wait, what? What the hell is this war they keep referencing? In the next episode, an armor giant wanders aimlessly through the forest with a quiet boy named Alan in tow. The pair take refuge in a cave where the rain starts pouring, as if the forest itself knows something bad is on the way. That bad news arrives quickly. A holy knight reports the giant's sighting to Gila, Jericho, and Hellbram responds by dispatching a special unit called Dawn Roar to seize the problem. Jericho whines about being sidelined, but Gila insists that it's better they conserve their strength anyway. She then heads home, where she finds her brother Zeal beaten and robbed of his hard-earned pay. After tucking him in, Gila tracks down the culprits and executes them without hesitation.
Think we should do to that shrimp next time, you guys.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Elsewhere, Alan runs into Elizabeth and Hawk and explains that he's searching for glue to fix the armor giant's chest, specifically the gaping hole in it. Asked whether the giant is his friend, Alan hesitates, kinda unsure how to define their bond. Meanwhile, Meliodas, Bon, and King stumble upon a field littered with fallen knights. One survivor warns them that the Dawn Roar is closing in on the armor giant. Meliodas pieces it together. The giant isn't just some monster, it's Gowther, one of the 7 deadly sins. Wow! They arrive just in time, intercepting Dawn Roar before the killing blow can be dealt. As both sides square off, Alan runs in, apologizing for failing to find glue. The battle erupts immediately. An arrow is fired straight at the armor giant, but Alan catches it mid-air. In that moment, Alan's hair turns pink, and he introduces himself as Gowther, the goat sin of lust. The armor giant was never the monster, just the shell hiding him all this time. What a reveal! In the next episode, the Dawn Roar squad clearly wants a shot at the 7 deadly sins, but their order is simple. Bring back the armor giant's head and don't start a war. Sensing that things could spiral out of control, Gowther takes matters into his own hands. Literally, he calmly decapitates the armor giant and hands the head over. The Dawn Roar SWAT team takes the trophy and leaves, deciding that today is not the day to pick a fight with legends. Of course, the situation immediately gets worse. Despite losing its head, the armor giant is still very much alive. Even more unsettling, Gowther reveals that the giant was once a human and a holy knight. Somewhere under all that metal was a man who never should have ended up like this. Was this the result of drinking demon blood? Who knows? Gowther explains that he sealed the Holy Knight's magic by forcing him into the armor. Unfortunately, as the armor deteriorated, so did the seal. Right on cue, the armor giant goes berserk and attacks. The Sin fights back, but when Meliodas moves in for the finishing blow, the clearly demon-possessed knight begs him to stop. It's almost like the human side of him still persists. While all this is happening, Elizabeth and Diane wait anxiously at the boar hat. Kane shows up asking if the bar is open and mistakes Elizabeth for Liz, who used to be Meliodas' girlfriend. Before Liz died, she tried to gift her man a sword, but Meliodas rejected it because he didn't want to kill people. Which sounds weird, because why would you join the Holy Knights, who are basically soldiers, if you don't want to kill people? Anyway, Kane accepted the sword on Meliodas' behalf. He now places that sword in front of Elizabeth before taking his leave. Back at the battlefield, Bon makes a brutal call and tears out the armor giant's heart. Meliodas is furious. Gowther uses his power of illusion to discover that the Holy Knight's name was Dale, Gila and Zeal's long-lost father. Wow. At the tavern, Elizabeth grabs the sword and runs to Meliodas. Despite Bon's auctions, Dale mutates into a full-blown demon. Meliodas still hesitates until Elizabeth throws him the sword and some pep talk. He recognizes the sword instantly, accepting both the blade and the past it carries. Meliodas finally ends the demon's suffering. In the next episode, Meliodas asks Gowther a question that's been bothering him for years. The captain wants to know who attacked him when the 7 deadly sins were framed and forced to flee Leoness. Gowther answers calmly that it was Merlin, the boar sin of gluttony. Why did she do it? Gowther doesn't know. Later, Elizabeth asks Meliodas about Liz and what kind of woman she was. He says Liz was her complete opposite, yet somehow the same. Strong in her own way, just like Elizabeth. So these 2 women bearing the same name somehow fall in love with the same man? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Elsewhere, Dreyfus checks in with Hauser, who reports a surge of Holy Knights joining the Hendrickson faction. Alarm bells start ringing. Dreyfus decides it's time to confront Hendrickson. Meanwhile, Gila and Jericho spar, with Gila easily disarming Jericho. Jericho admits she's distracted because she secretly followed the Dawn Roar team and witnessed the 7 deadly sins fighting the armor giant. She sensed 2 types of magic coming from it, one belonging to a holy knight. Then, she shows Gila an amulet taken from the monster's remains. Gila immediately recognizes it. It belonged to her father, Dale. Pretty sad stuff. At the same time, Hellbram and Hendrickson attempt to open a gateway to the Demon Clan's seal. It opens, but not nearly enough. They're missing a crucial fragment to fully break the seal. Back with the Sins, Meliodas announces his next move. He wants to break into Leoness Castle, retrieve his sword, and then track down the remaining 2 deadly sins. He reveals that the sword isn't just a weapon, it's a fragment of the ritual relic used to seal away the Demon Clan. Elizabeth wonders why Hendrickson and Dreyfus would want to release something so catastrophic. Aww, you sweet summer child. The answer is simple and terrifying. Hendrickson wants a holy war. When Dreyfus protests, Hendrickson reminds him of an uncomfortable truth. Dreyfus helped kill his own brother, Grandmaster Zaratras, so he could replace him. Hendrickson demands that Dreyfus stay out of his way, or else. Before the Sins can react, a mage appears at the boar hat and kidnaps Elizabeth, revealing that she's the final key to breaking the Demon Clan's seal. Meliodas explodes into action. Bon and Gowther join him, and Diane literally throws them towards the castle. They land near the north gate and start fighting their way in, only to sense an overwhelming magical presence from the south. At the south gate, a new army has arrived, led by none other than Arthur Pendragon, the newly crowned King of Camelot. Oh, this is getting more exciting. In the next episode, Hendrickson immediately decides that Arthur is a problem best handled personally, leaving Dreyfus to deal with the 7 deadly sins. Arthur explains that he's come to meet King Bartra, and even brought a companion capable of curing the king's illness. To show goodwill, this strange hooded companion, with just a snap of fingers, gets rid of the mirage of Camelot soldiers. Hendrickson, very invested in keeping Bartra sick, or at least unavailable, tries to send Arthur away. Arthur, politely yet firmly, refuses. Elsewhere, Elizabeth and Hawke are transported into a sealed chamber. Hawke immediately panics for the most relatable reason imaginable. He gotta take a poo. In a moment of pure crap-driven heroism, he smashes the door down, allowing the 2 of them to escape. At the south gate, Hendrickson personally attacks Arthur, only to discover that the young king is far from helpless. Arthur holds his own, proving that his crown isn't just for decoration. Elsewhere, Dion wonders aloud if Meliodas would go as far for her as he is for Elizabeth. King, without hesitation, says yes. He then summons Oslo, a magical creature, using him to transport them straight into Leoness. Dreyfus heads to Hendrickson's underground research facility, but a giant explosion sends him crashing through the floor straight into Dion. She demands Elizabeth's release. Jericho attempts to kill Dion, but the giant deflects the attack with her sacred treasure. Gil Thunder shows up with the powerful attack Thunderbolt Execution, joined by Hellbram and Hauser. Yet, Dion endures all of it. She even clashes directly with Dreyfus, but he immediately lands a devastating blow to her chest, sending her flying into the residential part of the city. As Dion crashes, Gila rushes after her, worried for her brother's zeal. Dreyfus brands Dion an enemy, turning the ordinary citizens against her. Then, the city begins to crumble, not because of Dion, but because of Hellbram.
Where'd that attack come from?
The giant wreaking havoc as she roams the village.
But aren't you the one who's causing all the destruction, Sir Hellbram?
What a psycho! Watching this, Gila finally begins to question everything she believed about the Seven Deadly Sins' supposed betrayal. At that moment, Zeal suddenly runs into the chaos, calling out to her. A building collapses towards him, and Dion throws herself in the way, shielding him with her own body. When Dreyfus arrives and Jericho asks for permission to finish Dion off, Gila and Hauser step in. In that moment, they choose a side, and it's no longer the Holy Knights. About freaking time! In the next episode, deep within the castle dungeon, Elizabeth and Hawke search for an escape route. Coincidentally, they stumble upon Elizabeth's older sister, Princess Margaret. Out of nowhere, Vivian, the knight who stole Elizabeth from the Boar Hat, reveals that Margaret chose to imprison herself for some reason. When Vivian tries to seize her again, Hawke jumps in heroically and dramatically and smacks Vivian, buying Elizabeth a moment. Vivian responds by teleporting Hawke away and knocking Elizabeth unconscious, but not before opening Margaret's cell and telling her that she'll be freed if she has the courage to escape. Is there some blackmail at play here? Back on the battlefield, King arrives only to find Dion gravely injured. When he learns that Hellbram is responsible, something inside him snaps. Hellbram reveals himself as a fairy and King's former close companion, making the confrontation painfully personal. Their fight is vicious and emotional. Hellbram binds King with massive tree roots, forcing him to watch as he prepares to finish off Dion, but King refuses to break. Summoning an immense shield, he protects Dion with everything he has. When Hellbram demands to know why he would go so far for her, King answers without hesitation. Dion is precious to him, and for her sake, he won't back down, no matter who stands in his way.
King is so cool!
In episode 19, we get a flashback that further explores the relationship between King and Hellbram. King used to be the literal King of Fairies, but he lost most of his memories after his homeland was attacked by humans. Hellbram blamed himself for this because he had been deceived by humans, thus allowing them access to the fairy homeland. He witnessed the torture and execution of his countrymen and vowed to spend the rest of his life killing all humans. Well, what the heck? I didn't do anything wrong. Anywho, while wandering aimlessly and having no memories, King was eventually found by a small, kind giant girl, Dion. She took him in and cared for him. Looking back, King admits that those days with her were some of the happiest of his life. Back in the present, King confronts Hellbram once more and asks the question he already knows the answer to. Does he still intend to wipe out humanity? Hellbram admits he can't stop himself anymore. The two clash in a fierce battle of magic, and this time, King emerges victorious. As Hellbram lies dying, King approaches him with his helmet. Hellbram weakly reveals that it was meant to be a gift for King, something he'd received from a human, ironically proving that not all humans deserved his hatred. King calls him an idiot, the only insult gentle enough to double as an apology. Hellbram then dies soon afterwards. Elsewhere, Hendrickson continues to battle Arthur Pendragon. Hendrickson grows increasingly wary of Arthur, suspecting he might know too much about the king's imprisonment, Elizabeth's abduction, or the plan to resurrect the Demon Clan. Deciding that the fight has gone on long enough, Hendrickson unleashes a fire attack called Hellblaze Wave, meant to end the fight in one move. The attack is stopped cold by Meliodas, who steps in and makes his intentions crystal clear. He is not leaving this city without Elizabeth. Ooh, is this a 2-on-1 now? In episode 20, Meliodas finally faces off against Hendrickson. Meanwhile, Gil Thunder drifts into nostalgia, remembering the times Meliodas trained him and his constant doubts about ever becoming a true holy knight. Princess Margaret, ever the supportive voice, reminds him that he is capable of more than he thinks. Back in the present, the battle escalates in a chaotic 4-way clash, Gil Thunder and Hendrickson versus Meliodas and Arthur. Gil Thunder initially seems to have the upper hand on Meliodas, but Meliodas taps into his demonic powers and flips the fight. At the same time, Hendrickson and Arthur fight fiercely, with Hendrickson scorching Arthur with flames that refuse to die out until his hooded companion intervenes. Elizabeth wakes up in a room and finds herself reunited with her father. They share an emotional hug, but Vivian appears like the killjoy she is and warns that this moment of happiness will end soon when Gil Thunder kills Meliodas. On the battlefield, Gil Thunder recalls pleading to join Meliodas on an expedition to avoid looking weak at home. At the time, Meliodas told him to focus on protecting Princess Margaret. He also gave Gil Thunder a secret code that he must say whenever he feels cornered. That code being, "I am more powerful than any of the 7 deadly sins." Presently, Gil Thunder continues fighting Meliodas, even as Hendrickson joins the fray. With Vivian joining in, Meliodas is outnumbered 3-1. Hey, that's terribly unfair. God, imagine if he wasn't the main character. While that's happening, Princess Margaret climbs out of a tower to get a better view of the battle. Silently begging Gil Thunder to stop attacking Meliodas, Meliodas spots her jumping from the ledge and launches an attack in her direction, revealing a monster which he immediately destroys. This singular act ends up breaking Gil Thunder free of the curse clouding his judgment. Apparently, on 2 different occasions, Gil Thunder had spoken that secret code to Meliodas, so the Sin of Wrath knew something was wrong. Always have a secret code, guys. It's very effective. With the curse now broken, Gil Thunder turns on Hendrickson, severs his arm, and takes vengeance for his late father. Margaret floats safely into Arthur's arms, and Gil Thunder tells Meliodas to handle the rest. Gil Thunder goes all out until Hendrickson is seemingly defeated. Later on, Margaret wakes up in Gil Thunder's arms, and Meliodas nods to Arthur in appreciation. That killjoy, Vivian, is displeased that events didn't go according to plan and tries to pull some illusion shenanigans. But that's when Arthur's hooded companion steps in, revealing herself as Merlin, one of the 7 deadly sins. And according to her, Vivian used to be her apprentice. How in the world? In episode 21, Bon finally finds the Horn of Cernunnos, the mystical artifact with the power to grant wishes. He asks it to bring Elaine back to life and offers his life in exchange, but there's no immediate response. Hawk then appears on the horn, asking frantically about Elizabeth's whereabouts. The scene suddenly shifts to the king's chamber. Elizabeth is with her father, who warns her that they will soon be separated again, a fact he knows through his power to see into the future. Meanwhile, the Horn of Cernunnos begins to glow. It tells Bon that it will take some time for them, that is, the goddesses who control the horn, to regain their full power, which was lost during some ancient war. The goddesses confirm that they will bring Elaine back, but not in exchange for Bon's life. Instead, he must complete a mission. The task is to kill Meliodas. Don't you dare, Bon. We then cut to the city street, where Jericho wakes up to find Gila and Zeal kneeling over her. They inform her that the 7 deadly sins have already defeated them, and there is no longer any need to fight. Back in the castle, Merlin, while searching for Elizabeth, discovers that she is trapped in the king's room, protected by Vivian's powerful seal. Using her ability, Merlin breaks the spell and reunites Meliodas with Elizabeth. Dreyfus arrives, looking all guilty and remorseful. Margaret reveals that both Hendrickson and Dreyfus were responsible for Zaratra's murder, and after Vivian saw Margaret telling Gil Thunder what happened to his father, she placed a curse on both of them to keep them under control. Dreyfus admits to the crime, but Meliodas asks how this relates to the current situation. Dreyfus explains that the events were orchestrated to ignite a holy war. Meanwhile, it turns out Hendrickson isn't really dead. He appears again, looking more evil and demonic than ever, and you can bet he's cooking something nasty. Back at the king's chamber, the king strips Dreyfus of his title as Grand Master and collapses from exhaustion. Merlin intervenes, explaining that he must be taken to Camelot for treatment. So, Arthur tags along, and the 3 of them disappear. Then, all of a sudden, the castle explodes around the remaining people, though everyone survives except Dreyfus, who goes missing. Hendrickson and Vivian arrive at the castle, having fully activated the demon blood in the Holy Knights. Jericho and Gila collapse from the overwhelming power, and Jericho embraces her monstrous form. Remember what happened to Gila's pops? Yup. That's exactly what happens to Jericho and a bunch of other Holy Knights. Dion occupies her attention, while Gowther moves Zeal and Gila out of danger. Hendrickson commands that Meliodas hand over Elizabeth. King attacks Hendrickson but is intercepted by a mindless resurrected Hellbram. Now that's just foul. While everyone is preoccupied, Hendrickson wounds Gil Thunder and stabs Meliodas. Elizabeth offers herself to Hendrickson in exchange for their lives, reminding Meliodas to honor his promise to continue searching for the 7 deadly sins even if she dies.
Please wait! Don't let him do this to you!
That promise between us. Please don't ever forget it.
Oh, that's right. Only 6 out of the 7 deadly sins have been found. Anywho, Hendrickson takes Elizabeth and escapes. Meliodas attempts to follow but is blocked by Bon and Hawk. Bon suddenly attacks Meliodas by severing his arm. The captain reattaches his arm and unleashes his demonic powers. Bon is left wondering whether this dude is a member of the demon clan. And I'm kinda starting to think so too. In the next episode, Hawk explains the deal Bon made with the goddesses. Bon then reveals everything the goddesses told him, including Meliodas' past connections to the demon who killed Elaine. Meliodas tells Bon to kill him if he must, but not before reminding him that they can't abandon their current responsibilities.
But for now, as the 7 deadly sins Fox sin, you need to do your duty.
Yeah, roger that.
Elsewhere, Hendrickson and Elizabeth run into Dreyfus, who insists that he will atone for his past sins by stopping Hendrickson. While those two start going at it, here's how the others are faring. Bon reluctantly agrees to a ceasefire, and a weakened Meliodas has Hawk transport him towards Elizabeth's location. King keeps pleading for Hellbram to stop attacking, but a mentally nerfed Hellbram challenges him to just kill him. A new character, Gustav, who happens to be Jericho's brother, searches for Jericho across the battlefield. In the end, Hendrickson defeats Dreyfus by literally pulverizing him. Gil Thunder saves Gustav from a mindless Jericho, while King summons a giant sunflower, blasting Hellbram out of existence. Hopefully Bro stays dead this time around. Then, Bon, who's moments away from killing Jericho, instead destroys the demon possessing her, thereby saving her life. Okay, big W, Bon. The 7 deadly sins regroup and set out to rescue Elizabeth. Bon and King stay behind to clean up the remaining demon monsters in the city, joined by the Dawn Roar, who decide to lend a hand. And before Hendrickson can revel in his victory, Hawk and Meliodas arrive. Meliodas scoops Elizabeth up and places her on Hawk's back, sending them both to safety. Then, the captain turns back to face Hendrickson. Reinforcements arrive just in time. Dion and the rest of the gang, alongside the Holy Knights, join the fight. In the chaos, Hendrickson knocks Bon into a nearby wall. Bon recovers, demanding to know the source of Hendrickson's new power, when the wall collapses from another impact. A massive red demon is revealed inside, and Hendrickson declares that this creature is the root of all of this. The battlefield just got a whole lot more interesting. In the following episode, Hendrickson stands over the corpse of the red demon, and the 7 deadly sins can barely believe their eyes. Gowther senses the same oppressive magic radiating from the corpse that he felt from Gila's pops. Hendrickson explains that they discovered this body 20 years ago in the land of the fairies. This was the same demon that killed Elaine. Without missing a beat, Hendrickson unleashes the power of the red demon against the sins. Fueled by rage, Bon charges Hendrickson and sends him flying deep underground. Using his nunchucks, Bon smashes the demon corpse to pieces, leaving a path open for the sins. The group descends into the hole Bon created, leaving Dion above as a vigilant lookout. Following a trail of blood, they find Hendrickson experimenting with the remains of a gray demon. Gray demons are even more powerful than red demons in the demon clan. Hendrickson extracts its blood and injects it into himself, transforming into a dark gray demon with horns and wings. A frightening escalation that makes even seasoned warriors like the Sins do a double take. Above the city, the Holy Knights are left questioning all the propaganda the Grand Masters had led them to believe. But before they can proceed further, a massive blast erupts from underground, sending Dion flying as Hendrickson and the Sins emerge from the shadows below. Demonic Hendrickson charges the Holy Knights, cutting them down with terrifying ease. He then unleashes a devastating attack called Dead End, capable of killing anything instantly. It hurtles toward Meliodas, but Hawk steps in, sacrificing himself so Meliodas can protect Elizabeth.
Just hang in there. I'll save you crazy bastards.
Damn, Porky. I didn't know you had it in ya. Elizabeth clings to Hawk, crying her eyes out, and in that desperate moment, a blinding light erupts. It begins to heal everyone around her. The source of this light is Elizabeth herself. She's finally awakened her druid priestess blood, revealing herself as an apostle of the goddesses. Still kind of ass-pull-ish, but yeah. This was exactly why Hendrickson wanted Elizabeth all along, for her super precious priestess blood. Elizabeth confronts Hendrickson, demanding to know why he's causing so much pain. He declares it's revenge for the demon race being sealed away. He then launches another attack, a deadly sphere of darkness, but Elizabeth counters with her own radiant ball of light. It's literally darkness versus light, guys. Woo. In the last episode of Season 1, the 7 deadly sins launch a coordinated assault on Hendrickson, while the Holy Knights watch in stunned silence. Meliodas seems willing to sacrifice himself if it means taking Hendrickson down. When he unleashes a supercharged attack, Hendrickson tries to flee, but Griamore traps him in a magical sphere. Though Hendrickson breaks free, Meliodas completes the attack, and Hendrickson gets obliterated. Meliodas collapses, battered and barely able to move, but he's alive. Elizabeth rushes to his side, and they share a silent, meaningful glance. One of those moments that says more than words ever could. Their reunion is quickly interrupted by King Bartra, who surveys the aftermath. The Holy Knights fall to their knees, begging forgiveness for ignoring his earlier plea to avoid a holy war. The king sentences them to continue serving as Holy Knights, tasked with restoring the kingdom and protecting the people. He thanks the 7 deadly sins for protecting the kingdom despite being framed, and commends Elizabeth for finding them and demonstrating her own strength. Elizabeth begins to cry, still mourning Hawk, feeling that she wasn't strong enough to save him. Meliodas reassures her that Hawk knows she did everything she could. Meliodas makes a heartfelt promise of more scraps to eat if Hawk will just come back, and Hawk's body suddenly disintegrates, revealing a tiny, very much alive version of himself. Wait, what? How did that happen? The moment turns into a joyful celebration with hugs and laughter all around. Elizabeth embraces her older sister Veronica, who thought she had died, and is overjoyed to find her safe. Why is literally everyone not dying? Meanwhile, Merlin informs Meliodas that the Coffin of Eternal Darkness hasn't been located. This coffin is a very powerful seal that has kept the demon clan at bay. Additionally, Merlin adds that a strange bird-like creature was spotted flying south shortly after Hendrickson's defeat, hinting that their journey isn't entirely over. She decides to stay back and help track it down. As the kingdom of Leoness begins its slow recovery, Dion shows the king that a potion from Merlin has temporarily shrunk her to human size. King sees a perfect opportunity to invite her to a festival, only for Dion to surprise him by asking him out instead. Aww. In other news, Gil Thunder visits Meliodas, Bon, and Hawk at the Boar Hat, confessing that he feels guilty for his past actions under the curse. He plans to leave the capital and travel to help those in need, seeking some kind of redemption. That sounds pretty lame, not gonna lie. While sharing a meal with the king and her sisters, Elizabeth learns that Meliodas and the Sins are leaving that very day. The king forbids her from saying goodbye, but Meliodas shows up anyway, inviting Elizabeth to join them as they continue searching for the last remaining Sin. She eagerly agrees, reuniting with the group once more. Bon announces that he's temporarily leaving to explore the world, but promises he'll return. Meliodas, curious about the events from 10 years ago, tells Merlin he has many questions. She warns that it's a long story, but Meliodas can't wait to hear it. The episode closes with a brief flashback. Meliodas standing over his former girlfriend Liz as she dies. Her final words, a promise that they will meet again. It's basically an emotional anchor tying the past and present together. The first episode of Season 2 doesn't really move the plot very much. It's more of a flashback set between the time Hendrickson got defeated and just before the 7 deadly sins left Leoness. We do get an interesting encounter between Meliodas and the Horn of Cernunnos. When the goddess inside the horn taunts him about his demon reputation, Meliodas destroys the vessel, silencing its final laugh. Wow, bro has zero chill. And there goes Bon's one chance at reviving Elaine, I guess. In the next episode, Bon and Meliodas finally decide to settle things with their fists. At the venue, Bon is surprised to find Elizabeth, Hawk, the rest of the 7 deadly sins, and even some holy knights gathered as an audience. Merlin conjures a massive cubic barrier around Bon and Meliodas so the spectators can watch safely. Meanwhile, King and Hellbram have their own little showdown, each trying to win Dion's attention. As for the main fight, Bon launches into a brutal flurry against Meliodas, the sheer force of his attacks weakening many of the onlookers. The fight escalates into a dizzying exchange of rapid strikes that finally shatters Merlin's barrier. After reaching a stalemate, Bon and Meliodas put aside their grudges, reaffirm their friendship, and head back to the Boar Hat for a well-earned drink. Sometimes, the greatest victory is a cold beer waiting at the end. Far away, in the pouring rain, a man resembling Dreyfus walks alone, recalling a boy explaining that a mysterious winged arm had come from Leoness and was likely headed for Zuhur Valley. The man thanks the boy for the information, then kills the boy and his father to ensure that no one can retell this story. Who the hell is this guy? In episode 3, King hesitates to confess his feelings for Dion, caught between nerves and timing. Later on, the two decide to blow off steam with a game of tag across the town. Their playful chase is interrupted outside a church when a demon-possessed holy knight appears mid-wedding. Dion and King combine their powers to defeat it, turning a potential disaster into a brief display of teamwork and heroism. Then, out of nowhere, King asks Dion if she regained her memories, and Dion answers not with words, but with a tender kiss on the cheek. It's basically a yes. Apparently, these two have known each other for 200 years, but Dion lost her memories at some point for some reason. It's a perfectly sweet moment, ruined only by a falling brick. King later wakes beside her, having suffered his own memory loss of what happened that day. Oh, really? How convenient. Far away, the winged arm reaches Zuhur Valley and, in its final moments, coughs up the coffin of eternal darkness before dying. Nearby, Hendrickson, somehow surviving Meliodas' devastating attack, struggles toward the artifact. He collapses just short of achieving his goal. Then, in a dreamlike vision, Hendrickson awakens fully in his human body with Dreyfus beside him. Overcome by the weight of his past sins and the futility of his actions, Hendrickson starts to cry, lamenting the deeds he can never undo. Dreyfus kneels and bites his own arm, letting his blood flow into Hendrickson's mouth. Ew. This act revitalizes Hendrickson, turning despair into renewed energy. Now awake in the real world and fully healed, Hendrickson is ready to act again. Nearby, Dreyfus, a strange mark marring his face, drops a bloodied bandage soaked in Elizabeth's blood. I guess he must have snatched it during their prior confrontation. With the blood of the apostle of the goddesses in hand, Hendrickson now possesses all three pieces he needs to attempt the revival of the demon clan. Looks like this scumbag isn't going away quietly. In the last episode of Season 2, Merlin name drops a bunch of demons who are more powerful than the red and gray demons. These bad boys are known as the 10 Commandments. Ooh, sounds tough. Meanwhile, King Bartra of Leoness gathers the 7 deadly sins to relay a premonition he's received through his vision ability. 10 shadows are moving ominously, a sign that a serious menace is gathering over the kingdom of Camelot. Yeah, but shouldn't that be Arthur's problem? At the same time, Hendrickson succeeds in completing the ritual to break the seal of the demon clan. Oh boy, things are escalating real fast. And wow, that season was short. In the first episode of Season 3, Elizabeth wakes up from a nightmarish dream of traveling with Meliodas and the rest of the 7 deadly sins. So, let me clarify. It turns out that Elizabeth and the Sins never actually left Leoness, as we saw in the last episode of Season 1. It was all just a dream. That, or they just retconned it. Now, Elizabeth heads to see her father, King Bartra, and tells him about the dream. He seems to understand what the dream entails, but cheerfully changes the topic. He updates her on his plan to award medals to the 7 deadly sins in recognition of their efforts to bring peace to the kingdom. Excited, Elizabeth shares the news with Hawke. We also see that Dion has reverted to her formidable giant status, as she should. Later, Bon pulls Meliodas aside and tells him that he's dropping out of the 7 deadly sins. The next morning, Bon quietly departs without saying goodbye. King catches him before he leaves and asks where he's going. Bon casually replies that he's heading to the Fairy King's forest, aka King and Elaine's homeland. King warns him that the place is now barren, but Bon tells him to mind his own business. King, of course, follows him anyway. We then shift to the award ceremony. The ceremony gets interrupted by the Pleiades of the Azure Sky. 3 holy knights, Deathpierce, Waio, and Dogedo, requesting that the Sins display their power before receiving the medals. Apparently, these 3 had missed out on all the fighting against Hendrickson and they feel left out. The king grants permission, and the audience braces for a show. Dogedo starts the demonstration, throwing punches that Meliodas dodges with effortless precision. The Holy Knight ends up getting his ass kicked. Deathpierce concedes that the display was sufficient, and the trio leaves, leaving Hawk to conclude that Meliodas' power level is absurdly higher than theirs. Oh, we also learned that Hawk can now tell people's power levels thanks to a special earring from Merlin.
Power level 4,710! Crazy! It's way over my own power level of 3,000!
Is there anything that this woman can't do? Anywho, with the business done, the 7 deadly sins are awarded their medals. Elizabeth wonders about King and Bond's medals. Meliodas tells her to hold on to them, explaining that the 2 had already left. Elizabeth notes that the 2 sins leaving kinda mirrors her dream from earlier in the episode, though she convinces herself that she's overthinking things. Elsewhere, Hendrickson awakens to find Dreyfus standing over him. The entity within Dreyfus informs Hendrickson that he will live, fulfilling Dreyfus's wishes. Hendrickson, looking confused, is told that after 3,000 years, the long-awaited return of the demon clan has finally come. In other words, this world is screwed. In episode 2, fake Dreyfus explains to the 10 Commandments that he was only able to draw out a small amount of Elizabeth's blood. This is the reason that only the 10 Commandments managed to make it through. That aside, these baddies plan to rest in the Kingdom of Edinburgh and regain their lost strength. Even villains need a spa day, you know? Meanwhile, Bon and King continue through the Fairy King's forest, realizing that they are being followed by Jericho. When they reach their destination, the fairies are overjoyed to see Bon. When they realize that King tagged along, they start hating on him as old wounds of abandonment resurface. One brave fairy lingers and explains that Elaine entrusted Bon with a special seed, which helped revive the forest. Bon modestly shrugs off the praise, calling it no big deal, while the fairies greet him as the Great Fairy King. He approaches Elaine's grave, flowers laid upon her, promising to find a way to bring her back. The other fairies offer their help, but Bon cheekily tells them to stop calling him King, insisting King is the rightful heir. Naturally, the fairies refuse. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and Margaret run into Veronica, who's saying goodbye to Griamor, Gil Thunder, and Holzer. They're leaving on a quest to prove that the Dreyfus who harmed Elizabeth was an imposter. Speaking of Elizabeth, she confides in a human-sized Dion about her feelings for Meliodas and her inability to confess them. Dion also shares that she has finally remembered her own feelings and regrets not telling King how she felt. In another development, Gowther receives some pills from Merlin, but secretly declines to take them, leaving him free to indulge in his endless experiments with human emotions. Meliodas suddenly announces plans to leave in a day or two, but Gowther, uninterested in traveling with the Sins, leaves to meet Gila. Then, Meliodas speaks with Merlin privately, requesting the return of something she took 10 years ago, and revealing that the demon clan's seal has been broken. Later on, Dion and Elizabeth encounter Gila and her brother Zeal, but for some reason, Gila does not remember having a brother. And in a twist only Gowther could orchestrate, he reveals that he manipulated her memories as part of his study on love. Dion scolds him, insisting that real memories are precious and cannot be swapped like puzzle pieces. Elizabeth and Dion hurry to call Meliodas and Merlin. Gowther, believing memories are just data to be rewritten, uses a spell to knock out anyone with low spirits, underestimating Dion's resolve. The episode ends with Dion sending spikes of earth flying at him. What an unlikely matchup! In episode 3, Dion and Gowther continue their heated confrontation. Dion finally loses patience, landing a punch that knocks some sense into Gowther. Afterward, Meliodas finds both of them and asks Gowther if he realizes the chaos that he's caused. Gowther, knowing he's been a very naughty boy, requests to be locked up before he stops being himself. Or, and this is just an alternative theory, you could just stop being a weirdo. Far away, the 10 Commandments peer into a pit stretching 30,000 feet deep. One of them, named Zeldris, wonders aloud what Meliodas could possibly be doing. Melascula advises him to relax and enjoy the view, reminding him that it's been years since they've had a moment like this. Zeldris then asks Estarosa for his thoughts about nothing in particular. Nothing really happens here, so I guess it's just an excuse to name drop some of these bad boys. Back with our heroes, Gowther restores Gila and Zeal's memories. Gila expresses gratitude for regaining the memories of her father and departs with Zeal, leaving Gowther to sigh at the universal disappointment of being dumped by his new girlfriend. After that, Merlin literally shrinks Gowther down to a doll's size so she can carry him. It's revealed that Gowther is actually a magical doll created by a great magician. Merlin entrusts Slater, a member of Dawnroar, to watch over him while the group goes on their mission. Seriously, what can't Merlin do? She might as well be the damn captain at this point. Later on, Merlin announces their next destination, the Kingdom of Camelot. With some Merlin magic, Hawk's mom teleports them above Camelot, only to find a colossal golem, Albion, staring down at our heroes. The creature, awakened by the return of the 10 Commandments, strikes at Merlin's protective barrier around the city below. After 2 impacts, the barrier collapses. Arthur Pendragon then commands his Holy Knights to attack. They survive the first blast from the golem, but the second is too powerful, forcing them to take cover. Meliodas rescues Arthur from an attack, breaking his sword in the process.
Sir Meliodas, your sword!
Can't believe you lasted this long. Thank you. Let's see, what am I gonna do now?
Merlin then restores Lostvein, Meliodas' sacred treasure, which he uses to sever one of the golem's arms. Predictably, the golem mutates, growing 5 cannons out of its body. Meliodas counters by creating multiple copies of himself, each using full counter to send the golem's attacks back. The upper portion of the Albion is obliterated in a display of coordinated chaos. Meanwhile, King instructs Oslo to open a portal to the kingdom of Leoness and checks if Jericho will join them. She declines, no longer a holy knight and tired of living with her brother. The forest begins to regrow despite the Fountain of Youth being gone. King realizes that Bon is behind it, pouring his blood at Elaine's altar to restore and nourish the forest. As the ground shakes, King braces for the forest's resurgent, but the real surprise comes in the form of another Albion appearing outside the forest. Wow! In the next episode, a weakened Hendrickson staggers through the forest. He's determined to return to the kingdom of Leoness and warn everyone about the 10 Commandments before they regain their strength fully. His body finally gives out, and he collapses to the ground, swearing that one day he will bring back the real Dreyfus, no matter the cost. Didn't this dude think about all this before trying to summon the Demon Clan in the first place? No? Oh, whatever. Elsewhere, an Albion marches towards the Fairy King's forest, a walking catastrophe with legs. Jericho stares up at it in disbelief, noting that it is even taller than the sacred tree that stands in the middle of the forest. The fairies rush to defend their home, but their attacks barely slow the monster down. Realizing how bad things are, Jericho runs to warn Bon. but Bon is locked in the same chamber where Elaine's body is, and he's having a bit of a confrontation with a fairy named Gerard. The fairy says that only King can be the Fairy King, but at the same time, Bon cannot leave the fairy forest since he's its source of nourishment. Yeah, he's now the new Fountain of Youth. This leads to a big fight, and Gerard plays dirty by turning her attack towards Elaine's body. Outside the chamber, Jericho desperately hacks away at the vines blocking the entrance. After forcing her way through, she finds Bon impaled and suspended above Elaine's resting place. Jericho tries to wake him, while the small fairy accompanying her flies off to report what's happening outside. Gerard also goes outside and freezes at the sight of the Albion. King is already engaged in a battle against it. Gerard rushes to help, but the monster attacks the sacred tree, slicing it in half. The fairies finally unite, telling King to retreat while they handle the rest. He hesitates, but Gerard drags him away, insisting that the Fairy King must survive at all costs. Thanks to Hellbram's helmet, which King has been carrying along with him, Hellbram's spirit appears and reinforces the same message of survival. King sheds a tear and then steadies himself. Gathering every ounce of strength he has left, he raises his hand and forms a massive spear of light. He hurls it at the Albion, destroying the monster in a brilliant explosion. Far away, fake Dreyfus reports to Zeldris that 2 Albions have already been destroyed. Galland scoffs at the idea that there are still people strong enough to defy the Demon Clan. Melascula questions whether he plans to fight with his power still depleted, but Galland treats it more like a warm-up. Zeldris snaps back, reminding him that arrogance is exactly what got them sealed away in the first place. Gloxenia offers Galland directions before he launches himself into the sky. Back in Camelot, Elizabeth feels increasingly useless, realizing that Meliodas doesn't need her help at all. Well, true. Then, suddenly, Galland drops in out of nowhere. Hawk stares at her power level, reading in disbelief, insisting that her magical earring must be broken because there's no way a demon could possibly have a power level of 26,000. And yet, there he is, one of the 10 commandments. Dude's definitely OP as hell. In the next episode, Bon departs from the Fairy King's forest, with Jericho following close behind. King calls out and asks if Bon truly has no intention of returning to the 7 deadly sins. Bon replies that King should pass along his regards and keep walking. Back in Camelot, Galland grows bored of the cramped battlefield and uses his glaive to obliterate large portions of the city, creating a more suitable fighting arena. He announces that he has waited a long time for a proper one-on-one fight with Meliodas. Meliodas strikes first using Lost Vein, but Galland responds by casually stabbing him through the gut. Bloody hell. Soon enough, Dion charges forward. Merlin restores her giant form, and Dion slams Gideon down with everything she has, only for Galland to kick the hammer straight back into her face. Ow! Merlin tries to negotiate, stalling for time while formulating a plan, but Galland sees through her deception instantly. As the commandment of truth, he punishes lies automatically, turning Merlin to stone mid-sentence. Meliodas re-enters the fight, giving Slater enough time to grab Merlin's petrified body and retreat. The remaining Holy Knights join in, but Galland dismantles them with ease. Meliodas continues attacking and loses both arms in the process. Unfazed, he taps into his demon power and regenerates them instantly. Elsewhere, Melascula comments that something feels wrong about their revival. Zeldris confirms that the abundant magical energy from 3,000 years ago has dried up, explaining why their full power has not yet returned. In the meantime, 2 humans wander in and foolishly tell the 10 Commandments to leave their territory. Derriere responds by ripping out one man's soul and eating it on the spot. The commandments quickly agree that consuming human souls is the fastest way to regain their strength, and Melascula sends her power out to locate a nearby village. Soul Eaters, huh? Back on the battlefield, even with Meliodas on demon time, Galland drives his weapon straight through his eye. He then stabs Slater, who had been shielding Merlin, causing her petrified head to fall from her body. Galland slashes Diana aside and approaches Elizabeth and Arthur, both protected inside Merlin's magical boxes. He strikes the barriers, but they don't budge. Impressed, Galland declares them lucky and launches himself into the sky, leaving the battlefield in ruins. As the dust settles, Elizabeth and Hawk notice someone approaching. It's Gowther, who simply laughs at the devastation, clearly finding the entire situation fascinating. For the umpteenth time, please stop being weird, Gowther. Elsewhere, Griamor, Gil Thunder, and Holzer confront a monster that's harvesting human souls. The three holy knights defeat it quickly, and the stolen souls return right to their owners. Just as they start to relax, a gray demon enters the village. Then, Hendrickson appears and tells the holy knights that it'll take all four of them to defeat it, so they might as well work together. Gil Thunder, understandably shaken, asks the obvious question: how in the hell is Hendrickson still alive? In episode 6, Hendrickson explains that Zaratras was born a druid, aka those who worshipped the goddess clan, and that he was a true holy knight grand master in every sense. The goddess clan is an extremely powerful race, just like the demon clan, but we'll get to them later. In the meantime, Gil Thunder furiously grabs Hendrickson and demands to know why he killed Zaratras if he respected him so deeply. Hendrickson begins his confession. 10 years earlier, Hendrickson and Dreyfus investigated the ruins of Danafor, where they encountered a sinister presence. The entity offered them their deepest ambitions, the title of Grand Master and unparalleled power in exchange for control of their bodies. Both men refused. The demon attacked anyway, attempting to possess Dreyfus, but failed when Dreyfus resisted its manipulation spell. Then, it possessed Hendrickson. Dreyfus threatened to kill Hendrickson to stop it, but the demon mocked him, pointing out that Hendrickson would be the one to die. It then offered a compromise. Both of them can walk away alive, or destroy each other in the ruins. Dreyfus swore that if the demon killed Hendrickson, he would kill it. The demon agreed to spare Hendrickson and transferred itself into Dreyfus instead. Hendrickson admits that from that moment on, his mind was under the demon's influence. Under its guidance, he and Dreyfus killed Zaratras, believing he posed a threat to their ambitions. They framed the 7 deadly sins for the crime and cast them into exile. When asked why the sins were chosen, Hendrickson reveals the demon's true motive. It had once fought Meliodas in Danafor and fled after being defeated. The demon's name was Fraudrin, and he was responsible for killing the woman Meliodas loved. In Meliodas' memory, he stands over Liz as she dies. Liz promises that they will meet again. Meliodas then opens his eyes to find Elizabeth standing over him in the present. She throws herself onto him in relief and assures him that everyone is alive. Meliodas wonders aloud why Galland spared them. Gowther explains that he altered Galland's memories, making him believe he killed them all. He also reveals a bracelet on his wrist that prevents him from losing control, something Merlin secretly placed on him. Merlin herself is not fully restored. She speaks through her sacred orb and sacred treasure, Aldan, having transferred her soul into it just before Galland's commandment took full effect. She explains that the commandment of truth cannot be undone unless it is challenged by the goddess clan. Merlin declares that Elizabeth and Arthur must awaken their latent magic. Arthur hesitates, haunted by his inability to protect Merlin, but Elizabeth steels herself and promises that she will do whatever it takes. Merlin adds that they must also locate the final member of the 7 deadly sins, Escanor. Meliodas agrees, and says he's going to check on Dion. As he and Elizabeth walk down the hall, King suddenly appears through a portal. Hawk scolds him for abandoning them during the fight, and King protests that he fought demons too. Panicked, he asks if Dion is hurt and rushes off to see her. Dion is resting, but wakes up when they arrive. King starts to speak, but Dion looks at him blankly and asks if they know each other at all, leaving King frozen in shock. Oh, wait. Really? Not the memory loss shtick again? In episode 7, Dion recognizes Meliodas instantly, but draws a complete blank on King and even Elizabeth, which is not great for King's emotional health. Merlin suggests that the memory loss is likely from the serious blow to Dion's head during the Galland fight. King tries to reconnect by sitting beside Dion and opening up about his feelings, only for things to go fast sideways. Dion's eyes glow purple, and suddenly, Meliodas gets erased from her memory too, followed swiftly by the entire 7 deadly sins. King rushes to Merlin, and before they can do anything, Dion vanishes. Gowther calmly explains that she's heading back to where she lived before joining the sins. He also casually admits that he erased Dion's memories on purpose, as an experiment. This does not go over well. King punches Gowther into a wall, delivering a rare but deserved emotional reality check. Then, Meliodas decides that they will all go after Dion. Aboard Hawk's mom, Meliodas confirms that Dion is heading to Megadozer, the land of the giants. As Dion runs home, her past begins to surface. She remembers fighting alongside Matrona and Dolores against barbarian invaders. We also see her lucky encounter with Meliodas for the first time. But the flashback takes a dark turn, as both women who were like family to Dion ended up dying in tragic circumstances. Or so it seems. In the next episode, Dion is still making her way toward Megadozer. Unfortunately, fate has terrible timing. She runs straight into Galland, who proudly declares that he already killed her once. Dion tries to flee, only to be cut off by the commandant Monspeet, who eyes her soul like it's an energy drink he desperately needs. Dion insists she has never met either of them, and because she genuinely can't remember Galland, she doesn't turn to stone.
You're not turning to stone. It's as if you don't remember anything.
Galland decides memories are optional and kicks her in the stomach anyway, dropping her to the ground. As Monspeet prepares to snack on her soul, a massive spike of earth launches him away, and Galland finds himself trapped inside a stone brick prison. When the dust clears, Dion sees what looks like Matrona standing before her. Overwhelmed with relief, she lets her guard down just in time to be punched in the stomach and knocked out. The mysterious giant scoops up Dion and vanishes moments before Galland smashes his way out of the stone prison. Furious and unable to find his prey, Galland starts demolishing the ground in frustration, convinced he at least managed to wound them. Monspeet, back on his feet, senses Meliodas approaching and sends out a magical bird to track the source of the immense power heading their way. But Hawk's mom ends up gulping the magical bird. With Dion and her savior's presence fading, Merlin advises changing course. She reveals that she's going to return the power she stole from Meliodas years ago. Back then, after a young girl was injured trying to help them, Meliodas began losing control of his strength, so Merlin sealed it away for everyone's safety. But if they're going to stand a chance against the 10 Commandments, he'll need it back. The power, she says, is in Istar, the holy land of the Druids. When they arrive, they're welcomed by the druid chiefs Jenna and Zaneri, and their priest Theo. Zaneri leads Meliodas and Elizabeth to the Tower of Trials. She confirms that retrieving this power won't be easy, as he'll have to pass a painful trial. With a wave of Zaneri's magic, Meliodas is transported back to the days when he served as captain of the Holy Knights in the kingdom of Danafor. As the memories settle in, he hears a familiar voice behind him. When he turns around, he sees Liz. Oh no, our boy's about to relive some very painful memories. In the next episode, Elizabeth notices that Meliodas is acting strangely and asks Zaneri what's going on. Zaneri explains that Meliodas must prove he's worthy of reclaiming the power that was sealed away from him. She then hands Elizabeth a goblet filled with soil and tells her to make a poisoned bud bloom. If she can't, Zaneri bluntly informs her she'll never be useful in battle. Elizabeth accepts the challenge without hesitation, even though she has no idea how she's supposed to make dirt perform miracles. Inside the illusion, Meliodas wonders why Zaneri is forcing him to relive these moments. He returns home with Liz, shares a quiet dinner, and embraces her, only for the scene to rip him straight into the moment of her death. His eyes glow purple as his grief and rage explode outward, unleashing enough magic to obliterate the entire kingdom of Danafor. Then, everything resets. He's back in the marketplace with Liz, where she's totally oblivious about what's happening. In the Tower of Trials, Elizabeth watches helplessly as Meliodas repeats the cycle, trying to intervene, but Zaneri reminds her that Meliodas is walking through his own personal hell. The goal, Zaneri explains coldly, is to burn away his emotions entirely, so they can never control him again. Meanwhile, Jenna leads the rest of the 7 deadly sins to the Cave of Training and wastes no time telling him the truth. They're fragile, undertrained, and nowhere near ready to protect the world. She also mentions that another group arrived before them. Acquaintances, apparently. Everyone assumes it's Bon and Jericho, until freaking Hendrickson walks out and immediately collapses, shocking everyone into silence. King nearly attacks on instinct, but Jenna urges them to stand down. That's when Hawk spots something else behind him. Griamor, Gil Thunder, and Hauser piled together like discarded armor at the cave entrance. Back at the trial, Zaneri finally pulls Meliodas out, unconvinced that he can control his emotions. She warns him that continuing won't erase his feelings, it'll destroy his spirit instead. But Meliodas insists on going back in one more time. She finally allows it. This time, Meliodas realizes that he cannot forget Liz entirely. Instead, he makes a vow to never let another tragedy like this happen again. When he wakes up, Zaneri is stunned. Against all expectations, he passed the test.
You really abandoned your emotions?
Everything that's important to me is right here.
Calmly, Meliodas tells her that he'll be taking his power back. About damn time. Elsewhere, in a place called Ravens, Bon has been searching for a person rumored to have the power of resurrection. This search leads him to an encounter with a beastman who's immediately denying having any resurrection powers. The beastman tries to leave, but collapses from exhaustion, and Jericho lets him take their bed. The beastman explains that he survives by scavenging and living like vermin, assuming Bon and Jericho wouldn't understand. Bon quietly remembers his own childhood, stealing food just to stay alive, getting thrown into prison, and meeting someone called Zivago. The past, it would seem, is catching up to everyone all at once right now. Episode 10 doesn't really progress the plot very much, but we do learn more about the father-son relationship between Zivago and Bon, and shockingly, it turns out that the beastman was in fact Zivago wearing a human disguise. Wow! Then, the episode ends with King confronting Meliodas about his demon origins. In episode 11, while inside the Cave of Training, King demands a straight answer, asking Meliodas whose side he's really on. Both sins start fighting each other, although Meliodas doesn't really take it seriously. Elsewhere, Zhivago finally accepts that the immortal man sitting in front of him really is Ban. Ban asks why Zhivago never mentioned being a beastman, and Zhivago admits it was because he was afraid Ban would see him differently. After Ban tells him the difficult choice he's had to make, choosing between killing his friend and saving Elaine, Zhivago urges him to beg Meliodas for forgiveness with everything he has.
Don't hold it in. Let it all out. Then beg for forgiveness with all your heart.
After saying that, Zhivago quietly dies, leaving Ban holding on to yet another loss. Meanwhile, once his powers are restored, Meliodas immediately asks Merlin to send him to the 10 Commandments. She agrees, with the condition that he survives for 10 seconds on his own before she pulls him back. He then reappears directly in front of the 10 Commandments. Galland is furious that he didn't finish the job earlier. Meliodas attacks and utterly dismantles them. He then disappears after leaving the Commandments with a serious warning not to start another war. What a chad! In episode 12, Galland is fuming, demanding that Meliscula track down Meliodas, but Zeldris cuts him off with a calm but chilling reminder. The goal isn't just revenge or a petty war, it's the total domination of the entire continent, also known as Britannia. He orders the other commandments to move out in pairs to recover their magic as quickly as possible. They can also use whatever brutal methods they deem necessary to wipe out the other 4 races, which I guess includes the fairies and the goddess clan. Elsewhere, Meliodas reminds everyone that they still need to find Escanor, the lion's sin of pride. He even admits that Escanor is stronger than him, and that's saying something. Meanwhile, a bunch of dead people have been resurrecting around Britannia. This is revealed to be Meliscula's work. The commandment of faith has been bringing souls back to life and corrupting them to build a zombie-esque army. One of these resurrected creatures is Elaine, returned not as her usual self, but twisted and corrupted, immediately setting her sights on Ban. King senses the upheaval and rushes to the forest, refusing Meliodas' help out of lingering distrust. Kinda makes sense when your captain is some sort of demon. Back with Ban and Jericho, they bury Zhivago, only to be interrupted by a reanimated corpse. Ban dispatches it with casual efficiency, then, out of the chaos emerges Elaine. The moment she locks eyes with Ban, the corruption melts away just enough for a heartfelt reunion, and naturally, the emotional tension culminates in a passionate kiss. Poor Ban, who's gonna tell him? In the next episode, Elaine attacks Jericho because she believes that Jericho is trying to steal Ban from her. I mean, to be fair, Jericho does have feelings for Ban, but the situation gets so messy that Elaine turns on Ban and attacks him for trying to protect Jericho. Luckily, Elaine comes back to her senses and begs them to stop her. Ban seizes the moment, grabbing Elaine and promising that they can travel together forever. Barely moments later, Elaine loses consciousness. Suddenly, Meliscula and Galland arrive. Meliscula explains that Elaine's lingering regrets and anger were the only things keeping her alive. Without them, she would return to the dead. Ban entrusts Elaine to Jericho's care and turns to face the 2 commandments, vowing to kill them. Galland attacks Ban, slicing him in half, but Ban's immortality prevails and he heals instantly, leaving Galland confused. Ban then uses his power-snatching ability to curb-stomp the commandment of truth. Then, suddenly, Meliscula shrouds Ban in darkness, declaring that he has passed the test. Ban, naturally, is confused. What is this test? Well, she explains that his soul is pure because he never lost faith in Elaine. Had he lost faith during Elaine's rampage, his eyes would have literally been burnt to ashes. Yikes. She then extracts his soul from his body, but just as Elaine tries to help, Galland grabs the soul and shoves it into his mouth. And just like that, our guy is dead. Or so it seems, because a few seconds later, he rips out one heart from each of the commandments and flees the scene with Elaine and Jericho. Later on, Bon explains to Jericho that Zhivago sacrificed his own soul as a distraction so Bon could escape. How did that happen? Who the hell knows? Meanwhile, Fraudrin, aka Fake Dreyfus, wanders around a market and is confronted by Deldry, a member of the Pleiades of the Azure Sky. Fraudrin tries to attack her, but ends up striking himself, having become bound by her magic to remain loyal despite his attempts to free himself. Deldry's comrades, Arden and Waio, also join them. After Fraudrin is subdued, the group takes him along with them, while another weird-looking commandment, Grey Road, watches nearby. And that's creepy as hell. In the next episode, Jericho carries Bon and Elaine on her back while being tracked by the commandments. Eventually, Jericho takes them into a cave where they can hide. Inside, they discover an abandoned tavern run by a lone, nervous, and extremely polite man. Bon recognizes him and is surprised to see him, but the tavern owner fears that Jericho has come to arrest him. I wonder why. Jericho, mildly confused by his reaction, reassures him that Bon and the 7 deadly sins have been cleared of all crimes and are now heroes. The man hides them in the pantry just as Galland and Meliscula arrive, searching for them. Both commandments know that the tavern owner is hiding Bon and company. So, Galland proposes a fighting game. If the tavern owner can win, the others go free. The tavern owner hesitates but agrees. Galland congratulates him with a strong pat on the shoulder, accidentally knocking him out. The villains settled in to drink while waiting for the tavern owner to wake up. The next day, Meliscula complains about the heat while Galland admires a massive battle axe on the wall. He complains that the axe is too heavy to lift. Then, the tavern owner, now awake and transformed from his scrawny form into a powerful, more muscular figure, grabs the axe. He declares himself as the Lion's Sin of Pride, Escanor, a member of the 7 deadly sins, and then strikes Galland in half with one blow.
And that is the Sin of Pride.
Damn! The difference between these dudes' appearances is literally night and day. Meliscula is impressed, but Galland reassembles himself and warns that it'll take more than that to stop him. He powers up to 40,000, swinging his weapon and cleaving mountains. But the attack only scratches Escanor's arm. Holy crap! Escanor raises his axe to retaliate, but Galland attempts to teleport away and is immediately turned to stone for leaving the game. Talk about a taste of your own medicine. Escanor confronts Meliscula, giving her the choice to escape or be killed. She tries to consume his soul using her magic, but her body combusts from within, burning her off the ledge of a cliff. At nighttime, Escanor reverts to the same overly scrawny and polite figure we first met. Bon explains to the others that when the sun is out, Escanor might be one of the strongest men ever. But at night, he's just your average tavern owner. That's wild. The episode ends with King and Oslo arriving at the scene. In episode 15, Fraudrin is chained to a chair when Denzel Leoness arrives at Zeldon's research facility, a hidden lab designed for studying the demon race in secret. Denzel, who happens to be the younger brother of King Bartra and the captain of the Pleiades of the Azure Sky, stabs Fraudrin with a holy sword. But Fraudrin warns that hurting him also harms Dreyfus. Summoning his strength, Fraudrin breaks free and pulls the sword from his shoulder. Denzel explains that his goal is to prove that even a human can defeat someone like Fraudrin, confident that Dreyfus would lay down his life for the cause. A classic example of humans punching above their weight. Meanwhile, Dion is stunned to see Matrona alive after 16 years, and now a mother. Matrona explains that her children are the offspring of her lover's late wife, but she loves them all as her own. Not just a stepmom, but a mom who's stepped up. Dion is in awe of how much Matrona has changed. Matrona recounts how she survived thanks to her lover Zalpa. Matrona asks Dion if she understands how she lost the memories of the past 16 years, but Dion admits she doesn't. Moments later, a bird-like monster flies overhead and drops the flyers about the Vizel Fight Festival. And elsewhere, Meliodas considers the prize, though Hauser suspects that it's a scam by the Demon Clan. Back at Zeldon's research facility, Arden, Deldry, and Waio are standing guard outside. Inside, Fraudrin and Denzel clash, but Fraudrin's attacks are delayed by Death Pierce's magic. Fake Dreyfus tries to escape by smashing through the wall, but the perfect cube enclosing them can only be broken from the outside by Arden, Deldry, or Waio. But then, Greyroad disguises himself as a member of the Pleiades of the Azure Sky and manages to break the barrier spell. And because Greyroad is the commandment of pacifism, Denzel deduces that they would be harmed if they attack Fraudrin. So, the two commandments take their leave. As a parting gift, Fraudrin stabs Deldry, showing that her magic has weakened. Before disappearing, Fraudrin reveals that he isn't truly a member of the 10 Commandments, but a substitute, as the real commandment is missing. He recently sensed the real one and froze in fear. This real commandment has no memory of its identity due to its own curse. Fraudrin discloses the real commandment's name, Gowther, the Commandment of Selflessness. Wait, what? Another sin who's also a demon? Who could have expected the same twist twice? In episode 16, Bon, Elaine, King, and Jericho are escorting Escanor to make a delivery in Vizel. Meanwhile, Matrona and Dion are already at the Death Trap Maze, the venue of the Fight Festival. The winner of the festival will have any of their wishes granted. At least, that's what it says on paper. Matrona wants to use the opportunity to heal her 2 children who were recently attacked and severely injured by monsters. But the 2 giants quickly realize that this place is damn near impossible to navigate and definitely impossible to exit once inside. Matrona and Dion push forward, but they're separated after Matrona thinks she sees her children in the labyrinth. Dion, half asleep, suddenly senses something and finds Hawk, who becomes an accidental dinner candidate, until Elizabeth intervenes. Elizabeth tries to get Dion to remember who she is and explains her lost memories, but Dion remains distrustful and warns her not to follow. Elizabeth boldly chooses to follow anyway. She's a real one for that. The maze throws more hazards at them. The floor opens beneath Elizabeth and Hawk, nearly sending them to their deaths, but Dion catches them in time. At some point, they reunite with Gil Thunder and Hauser, and Hawk ends up beating some strange underground creature called the Earthcrawler, which causes her to transform into the said creature. Apparently, Hawk can shapeshift into whatever creature she eats, and once she poops, she goes back to normal. What a weird ability. In other news, Meliodas and Bon reunite in the maze. They punch each other in affection and rivalry. It's basically their equivalent of a bro-to-bro handshake. They discuss the festival, with Bon clarifying that he's just helping Escanor deliver alcohol, not participating in anything. Meliodas is genuinely happy for Bon after learning that Elaine is around, and Bon apologizes for trying to kill him before. Aw, it's all good, Bon. Your captain understands. Bon insists on helping Meliodas reach Elizabeth. Together, they blast through the maze wall, creating a shortcut while Arthur watches in awe. In the following episode, everyone reunites at last, but the reunion is only temporary. Meliodas immediately notices 2 commandments, Gloxinia and Droll. Gloxinia congratulates everyone who survived the maze so far, but declares that he must eliminate the remaining unsuccessful participants. King recognizes Gloxinia's attack and recalls that this guy was the first Fairy King, thought to have been defeated by the Demon King.
First Fairy King, Gloxinia?
That's a name I haven't heard in ages.
Gloxinia promises that if King wins the tournament, he will answer any question he wants. The tournament officially begins, and the fighters are divided into pairs. Pairs include Meliodas and Bon, Hendrickson and Griamore, who's now in chibi form for some reason, Dion and King, Hawk and Escanor, Gowther and Jericho, Matrona and Oslo, among others. Meliodas and Bon are surprised to see Elaine and Elizabeth included as participants, but Gloxinia explains that entering the maze automatically registered them. Both women reassure Bon and Meliodas that they can handle themselves. Elaine and Elizabeth face 2 assassin knights and they come out on top. Next, Meliodas and Bon face 2 demon birds flying circles around them. While discussing trivial matters, they somehow defeat the 2 demons without even realizing it, and the ref, Taizu, declares them the winners. Dion and King face their opponents, 2 magical props that were literally just created on the spot. During the fight, King tries to express his feelings to Dion, but he keeps getting interrupted by the enemy puppets, and our giant hero can't wrap her head around what history she has with our fairy dude.
Hey, Deanne?
Yeah, what is it?
Since you've lost your memories...
Oh man, I shouldn't be laughing. In episode 18, Dion is amazed by King's abilities, but wonders why it took him so long to fight seriously. Eventually, the enemy puppets are defeated, and Taizu announces Dion and King as the winners. Next up is Gowther and Jericho versus Hawk and Escanor. Jericho questions Gowther about whether he really intends to fight Hawk and Escanor. Gowther confirms that he will, motivated by his desire to use the festival's wish reward to obtain a human heart for himself.
Of course, I'm going to win this festival and acquire a heart. So that way, even if you all end up dead, I might actually be able to grieve for you in some way.
Surely not the weirdest thing Gowther has thought of. Back at the headquarters of the Pleiades of the Azure Sky, Gustav and Gila arrive. Gustav questions whether the 10 Commandments are really as fearsome as rumored, and Denzel confirms their terrifying reputation. Gila reports that King Bartra has sent some spies to investigate them, though none have returned. Deathpierce reveals that one fairy spy did come back, and only he can communicate with it due to his unique abilities. The fairy relays some devastating news. 9 towns and villages have been attacked by the 10 Commandments, all their souls devoured, and the kingdom of Camelot has fallen under Zeldris' control. Denzel instructs Gila to return to Leoness and inform the kingdom that they are facing not only the 10 Commandments, but also Gowther. Back at the festival, Jericho pleads with Gowther not to hurt his friends, warning that pursuing power this way will only harm himself. Escanor tries to back out of the tournament entirely, insisting he came only to deliver alcohol and has no desire to fight. Gowther forces Escanor to come to him, using his magic to show visions of Escanor's past and of Merlin, whom he loves. Instead of breaking Escanor, this vision triggers a pseudo-transformation into his daytime form, and he summons his sacred treasure, Rita, to charge his magic.
That devastating, unparalleled power and the heat emanating from Escanor's body is capable of incinerating everything around it.
Bon wants to intervene, but Meliodas insists that they can trust Escanor. The lion's sin of pride declares that those who toy with others' hearts will pay with their flesh, and then swings his massive battle axe just as Gowther fires a magic arrow at him. A blinding flash fills the arena, fading to reveal Escanor impaled before collapsing on the ground. Jericho explains to Gowther that he missed the point entirely. Escanor's targets were actually the 2 Commandments, who now lie unconscious in a pit. Seriously, what do we do with Gowther, man? In episode 19, Droll and Gloxinia slowly regain consciousness, but Meliodas doesn't waste any time before heading straight for them and showing them the true meaning of "don't mess with my friends." The situation becomes a very one-sided 2v1, with Meliodas having the upper hand. Droll uses magic to trap the others underground, but luckily, one of the contestants, Gilfrost, uses a teleportation spell to yeet everyone back to Leoness.
I'll use teleportation and bring everybody here to a safe place.
Can you really move this many people at one time?
From this safe distance, they all watch the battle unfold using a magic orb. Elizabeth prays silently, hoping Meliodas makes it back in one piece. Aww. While Meliodas is given the 2 commandments the business, all the other members of the 10 commandments arrive for backup. Meliodas finds himself nose to nose with Zeldris. He attempts a strike with Lostvein, only for Zeldris to sever his arm. Meliodas tries to reassemble himself, but Greyroad's binding spell pins him, preventing escape. Meliodas now has no choice but to defeat the 10 commandments or be destroyed. Derrieri does a nasty combo of punches, pulverizing both of Meliodas' arms and taking away his full counter capability, which can reflect damage. Zeldris announces that this is only the beginning of their revenge. Meliodas summons a cyclone of light, attempting to reflect a lot of damage towards the commandments, but Estarosa intervenes. Placing a foot on Meliodas' chest, Estarosa says that it hurts him to inflict pain on Meliodas because he loves him. Yeah, right. All the while, Meliodas is screaming in agony from the pressure on his torso. Is Estarosa the commandment of pain or something? Jeez. In episode 20, Estarosa reminds Meliodas of his past as the leader of the 10 commandments and insists that he had started the war among the different races 3,000 years ago. Moments later, Meliscula gets ready to consume Meliodas' soul. With Gilfrost's help, Ban teleports back to the battlefield. He grabs Meliscula by the head and snaps her neck.
Any last words before I taste your soul?
Sorry, what was that you're mumbling?
He then unleashes his magic to destroy her body, forcing all of her hearts to fall to the ground. He kills her by crushing each heart with his foot. The danger, however, is far from over. Ban warns Meliodas that he isn't in any condition to face Estarosa alone. Before Ban can act, Estarosa strikes, stabbing Meliodas in the 7 hearts that sustain him as a demon. Despite Ban's desperate efforts to intervene, Meliodas succumbs after the 7th heart is pierced. Estarosa declares Meliodas dead and claims Britannia for the demon forces. Absolute grief sweeps through Leoness Castle as Elizabeth cries, and she asks Gilfrost to transport her directly to Meliodas. Elizabeth finds Meliodas' lifeless body and cradles him in her arms, tears streaming down her face. The scene then switches to a little hut where Elizabeth heals Matrona's sick children. We learn that everyone has gone their separate ways to stop the demon invasion. King offers the Fairy King's forest as a refuge, and Matrona agrees that it's the best immediate option. On her part, Elizabeth chooses to stay behind to help her people. We also see Ban dealing with the fact that killing Meliscula meant that the magic that sustained Elaine would disappear and his lover would vanish. In some parts of Britannia, villagers are kidnapping holy knights and delivering them to Fraudrin in exchange for sparing their lives.
Demon race! Don't you spineless fools have any pride as humans?
Pride won't save our families, Holy Knight. The only thing that will is an offering.
However, one holy knight and former member of the Weird Fangs, Golgius, managed to escape and make it to the Forest of White Dreams. There, Golgius encounters Hawk's mom and is brought safely to the Boar Hat. Descending the stairs later on, he sees Elizabeth serving ale to customers and immediately recognizes her, bringing the episode to an end. Didn't this dude try to kill Meliodas last time? This about to be an awkward reunion. In the next episode, Golgius is surprised that Elizabeth and Hawk helped him despite knowing who he is. Feeling uncomfortable, he thanks them and then takes his leave. Elizabeth goes to Meliodas' room, clutching her heart as she begs him to come back to life. Later on, Hawk gets busy downstairs cleaning when a holy knight arrives. Elizabeth hurries down to see what the commotion is and discovers it's none other than Zaratras. Yeah, this dude literally came back from the dead thanks to Meliscula's power. But what about Elaine then? That only means she's still hanging on in this world. That aside, Zaratras deeply regrets not realizing that Hendrickson and Dreyfus were under demonic control. Hawk asks if Zaratras has come back to get revenge, but he clarifies that his only regret was not seeing the demonic manipulation sooner.
In all honesty, I think the only real grudge I have is toward myself, for not seeing Dreyfus and Hendy were being controlled by a demon.
Elizabeth leads Zaratras to Meliodas' bedside, and he immediately notices how well she has healed him, though none of his hearts are beating. Seeking guidance, Elizabeth asks Zaratras what to do. He instructs her to ask Meliodas directly, and begins to inscribe mystical symbols on his body. Together, Zaratras, Elizabeth, and Hawk join hands, and the Great Holy Knight transports them to the past. They find themselves in a serene field outside the kingdom of Danafor, a space outside time where no one can see or hear them. There, Elizabeth sees her father, Bartra Leoness, and a young Zaratras. Zaratras explains that this was the first place he, Meliodas, and Elizabeth had met. In the memory, Meliodas approaches, carrying a baby Elizabeth. The scene then shifts to showing Zaratras at a table, while Meliodas stands nearby, discussing Bartra's foreshadowing power and the adoption of Elizabeth. In exchange for the king adopting her, Meliodas agrees to become a holy knight. Another memory shows Meliodas and Zaratras sharing a drink, with Zaratras promptly passing out after one glass. Meliodas ponders a curse that's kept him alive for thousands of years. The scene shifts again to Meliodas comforting a young Elizabeth, promising that he would always return to her alive.
Listen closely, okay? No matter where I might be, I'll always come back to you alive. I promise.
The vision fades, and the trio returns to the boar hat in the present, with Elizabeth now reassured that Meliodas would honor his promise to always return to her alive. Meanwhile, in Purgatory, Meliodas comes face to face with the Demon King. Back in Leoness, the 10 Commandments have arrived to conquer the kingdom. Outside the castle, Bon, Gil Thunder, Hauser, Slater, and the other holy knights confront Estarosa, the commandment of benevolence. Anyone who has hatred in their heart has no chance of approaching, let alone beating him. Luckily, Escanor arrives and walks up to Estarosa. The lion's sin of pride has no hatred in his heart, only pity for this demon. Escanor really out here aura farming like it's nobody's business. In episode 22, Estarosa attacks, and for a moment, it looks like Escanor might be outmatched. Then, in a single punch that seemed to shatter reality, Escanor sends Estarosa to his knees.
Nice try.
What's wrong? Did you find something down there on the ground?
With his power, Cruel Sun, Escanor sends Estarosa slamming into a body of water, drying out the lake entirely in the process. After surviving that, Estarosa attempts a full counter, deflecting one of Escanor's attacks back at him. Escanor responds in kind, unleashing the full force of the sun itself and propelling both Estarosa and Zeldris into the distance, where they explode in a spectacle of heat and light. I'm really glad that we found this guy. Over at Leoness Castle, Monspeet and Derrieri have arrived to take over the palace. Denzel decides to sacrifice himself in order to summon a member of the goddess clan, Nerobasta. The goddess takes over his body and straight up refuses to fight the 2 commandments. After she flies away, Derrieri gives chase and absolutely destroys Nerobasta. Monspeet, ever the sarcastic commentator, tells Derrieri that if it had been an Archangel instead, the outcome might have been quite different. With that problem solved, the 10 Commandments take over the castle. Meanwhile, Hawk's mom and our heroes run into Monspeet and Derriere. Upon recognizing Elizabeth, Derriere lunges for her, pushing Zaratras aside. Elizabeth's magic stops Derriere's hand mid-strike, causing it to explode spectacularly. Derriere attempts to finish her off, but a well-placed punch sends her flying off Hawk Mama's back, with Monspeet in tow. Amidst the chaos, Elizabeth looks up to see Meliodas holding her in his arms. He apologizes for keeping her waiting, but Elizabeth is so relieved that he kept his promise about always returning to her alive.
Elizabeth, I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
It's okay. After all, you did promise me that you would always come back to me alive.
I mean, that's cool and all, but nobody expects the MC to die when we have 2 more seasons left. In the next episode, Elizabeth finally tells Meliodas that she understands everything now, their shared past and his never-ending watch over her. She thanks him, welcomes him back, and asks if he's really okay. Meliodas assures her that he's perfectly fine, and proves it by getting way too touchy with her. Told ya, lots of groping in this show. Zaratras clears his throat, reminding them that they are not alone. Upon seeing Zaratras, Meliodas admits that he never expected the 2 of them to be alive in the same era again.
Yo, sup, Zaratras? I'm surprised we're both alive to meet again in this world.
Their reunion is cut short when Hawk, looking demonic after eating some demon meat earlier, rockets out of the boar hat carrying Lostvein. Right on cue, Derriere crashes the moment by punching Hawk Mama to the ground. A fight ensues where Derriere calls Meliodas a traitor.
Traitorous bastard!
And keeps attacking, while Meliodas sarcastically says he'd rather not kill her.
If it's at all possible, I'd rather not kill you.
Monspeet shows up and fires off a magical blast. Meliodas responds by throwing Derriere into Monspeet, using full counter to send Monspeet's attack right back, apparently erasing both of them. Back in Leoness Castle, Hendrickson storms in to confront Fraudrin and declares that today is the day Dreyfus gets his body back. Soon enough, Greyroad pulls some shenanigans and takes possession of some individuals, including Jericho. Fraudrin explains that Greyroad has turned them into her offspring, meaning they now exist solely to protect their queen. Very creepy. Also, once the captives remain under Greyroad's control long enough, they mutate into gray and red demons. And thanks to Greyroad's commandment of pacifism, killing anyone in her presence means your remaining lifespan gets revoked. This commandment's OP as hell. Fraudrin helpfully explains that the Holy Knights and the others in the castle have 2 options. Either die by killing the demons now, or die to the demons after their mutation. Thankfully, Merlin arrives just in time, freezes the Greyroad's demon eggs permanently, and obliterates one of Greyroad's monsters. But she doesn't. Merlin casually explains that she stopped her own time, so the rule doesn't apply. I told you guys, she should be the captain of the sins. When Greyroad asks how she survived Galan's commandment of truth too, Merlin reveals that she's the daughter of Belialuin, which visibly terrifies both Greyroad and Fraudrin. Mind you, Belialuin is the name of a city of witches and wizards, so it's not an actual person. Anyway, Greyroad tries to flee and gets bottled, literally, inside a glass vial.
Impossible! I'm being sucked in towards the center!
There we go.
Fraudrin escapes, with Bon and Hauser chasing after him, followed by Hendrickson, who tries and fails to purge him from Dreyfus's body. Just as Fraudrin is about to finish Hendrickson, Zaratras shows up, insisting that saving Dreyfus comes first. A big fight ensues.
Sword of the Thunder God!
And Zaratras sacrifices himself to expel Fraudrin from Dreyfus's body. Dreyfus then lands the finishing blow on Fraudrin, or so it seems, because the demon re-emerges as a towering giant. He declares he'll crush everyone in the castle right before Meliodas shows up and starts beating him senseless. Everyone is stunned to see Meliodas alive. He and Fraudrin clash evenly until Merlin realizes that Meliodas has been fighting with a clone. The real Meliodas appears, shocking Fraudrin completely. His power level now sits at 60,000. And while that's impressive, it's the blackened eyes and demonic symbol on his face that really drive the point home. Meliodas is back, but something about him has definitely changed. In the last episode of Season 3, Meliodas absolutely fodderizes Fraudrin. It gets so bad that the demon decides to self-destruct and kill everyone within range. Fraudrin turns to Dreyfus and says they'll meet again in the next world. Dreyfus reassures a toddler Griamor that he'll stay with him until the very end. As Fraudrin's memories surface, years spent pretending to be Griamor's father, something unexpected happens. Griamor runs to Fraudrin and hugs him, throwing up a barrier around them both. He begs him to stop.
Please don't do it! Don't kill him! Or the others either!
Fraudrin tells him to get away, but the memories keep flooding in. At last, Fraudrin relents. He promises Griamor that he won't hurt anyone else. Griamor runs back to Dreyfus, and Fraudrin turns to Meliodas and asks the Sin of Wrath to kill him. Griamor screams no, but Meliodas doesn't hesitate. One punch obliterates the upper half of Fraudrin's body. Bon and some of the others are a bit surprised that Meliodas killed Fraudrin just like that. Escanor, confused, mentions he watched Meliodas die. Merlin then explains the truth. Meliodas is cursed by the Demon King, so he's resurrected every time he dies. Escanor calls that incredible, until Merlin adds the cost. Each resurrection strips Meliodas of his emotions, slowly reverting him back to the most feared demon of all. Spooky. Afterward, Meliodas camps out beside the ruined boar hat, raising a solitary toast to finally avenging Liz. Elizabeth joins him for a quiet meal. Meliodas admits he can't even look Bon in the eye anymore, that something inside of him has changed. He's afraid of becoming who he once was, but knows he may have no choice if he wants to protect Elizabeth. The princess hugs him and promises that everything will be okay, even if neither of them truly knows that for sure. Elsewhere, Hendrickson and Dreyfus walk through Leoness, discussing how Griamor will eventually return to his regular adult size. According to Merlin, the cure is a kiss from the one he loves. Right on cue, Veronica kisses Griamor on the forehead, instantly restoring him to adulthood. Gila walks in on him butt naked, misunderstands everything, and blasts him straight out of the room. Ow! Back at the boar hat, Merlin shifts the mood by laying out the situation. Refugees and demon-possessed holy knights have fled south, and the Ten Commandments' next target is Camelot. Elizabeth worries for Arthur, but Meliodas is confident he won't fall easily. Bon reminds him that Elaine is still alive, which means Meliscula is alive too. How though? You literally destroyed all of her demon hearts. Ugh. Merlin adds that Zeldris, Gloxinia, Droll, and Estarosa are still out there. Charging into Camelot recklessly would be suicide, especially after all the losses they've already suffered. True. In the first episode of Season 4, a group of human prisoners is being marched along by blue demons. Before they reach their destination, Meliodas and Bon drop in and erase the demons with embarrassing ease. Meanwhile, in Camelot, Zeldris receives word that a prisoner convoy was attacked and lost, but no one knows by whom. He checks on Estarosa, who remains unconscious from his last battle, and reflects grimly on the 10 Commandments who are either dead or missing. As Zeldris leaves, Estarosa slowly regains consciousness. That's not good. Back in Leoness, King Bartra addresses a crowd, reminding everyone that while peace has returned for now, the remaining 10 Commandments are still a threat. He then announces the new Holy Knight Grand Master, Hauser.
The new Grand Master is Hauser!
Really? Hauser? Gil Thunder got robbed, man. I demand a recount! Later, Bartra privately tells Meliodas that he's had another vision, one foretelling that the 7 deadly sins will be fully reunited. Hopefully that happens sooner than later. We're in the 4th season already, for God's sake! In the following episode, we shift over to the Fairy King's forest. King explains to Dion that after Meliodas' death, the demon clan went on a rampage across Britannia. The mood darkens as they remember their captain, whom they believe to have been killed by Estarosa. Dion then wonders why the Fairy King's forest was spared by the demons. King explains that the forest is protected by a barrier that judges who may enter and who may not, though he admits Gloxinia and Droll might have slipped through. Meanwhile, Gerard tells King that he feels an unsettling gaze watching them, though she can't pinpoint its source. A bunch of fairies gather, and suddenly everyone starts dancing for no apparent reason. Gerard wonders if Gloxinia might still be alive and aiding the demon clan, possibly because of grudges from 3,000 years ago. Before long, she too is swept up in the dancing. As she moves, she feels like she's dancing with Gloxinia himself.
So you're still alive, huh? I'm glad.
Then, just as suddenly, the dancing stops. Matrona blinks, confused, and everyone realizes King and Dion are gone. What the... King and Dion wake up inside the massive ore tree Orudora, feeling groggy and disoriented, only to find Gloxinia and Droll standing calmly in front of them. Mind you, this tree is basically a tower created by the joint effort of Gloxinia and Droll. It feels very elastic and is difficult to escape from. Instinct kicks in, and King and Dion prepare to fight, but the results are humiliating. Gloxinia overwhelms King with ease, while Droll casually dances through Dion's attacks and knocks her flat. Gloxinia remarks that it's astonishing the Fairy King still lacks wings at this stage. King, feeling battered and frustrated, tells them to just kill him. Gloxinia agrees, unless the 2 sins can surpass his expectations. Instead of killing them, he heals both King and Dion, leaving them utterly confused. Droll explains that while they are members of the 10 Commandments, they are not demons.
For starters, you guys are in the 10 Commandments. You're our enemies!
Well, I understand how that could be confusing.
However, neither of us belong to the demon race.
Gloxinia was once the Fairy King, and Droll was once the Giant King, and they both fought against the demon clan. During the war, they were forced into a choice that led them down their current path. They believed that it was the right decision until they met Meliodas recently. Now, they want King and Dion to undergo a trial that will prove whether that choice, thousands of years ago, was truly justified. This trial, they say, will make them stronger, assuming it doesn't kill them first. King and Dion immediately agree, and Gloxinia casts a spell to begin the trial. When the 2 sins awaken again, everything feels wrong. King and Dion soon realize they're inhabiting the bodies of Gloxinia and Droll themselves. Before they can fully process that nightmare, they sense a powerful and ominous presence approaching. To their shock, it's Meliodas, and he doesn't recognize them as King and Dion. He just knows them as his buddies, Gloxinia and Droll. Then, another familiar figure arrives, speaking to them warmly. Dion and King are stunned to see Elizabeth, and even more stunned to notice that she has 2 pairs of wings. Meliodas casually explains that this is her true form since she's a goddess. Wow.
I mean, Elizabeth is a goddess after all.
You've got to be kidding!
She's a goddess?
Meliodas leads them towards the Valley of Fossils. As they follow, King quietly tells Dion that this must be the continent of Britannia from 3,000 years ago, before Gloxinia and Droll ever joined the 10 Commandments. For now, they'll have to keep pretending to be them. Wait, so this is a time travel show now? When they arrive at the valley, they're greeted by a horrific sight. The demon clan slaughtering humans en masse. Meliodas immediately charges in and starts cutting the demons down without hesitation, while King and Dion can only watch in stunned silence. Then, a massive demon appears behind them, introducing himself as Calmadios, one of the older 10 Commandments. Clearly, this history lesson's about to get even uglier. In episode 3, thinking that they are completely outmatched by Calmadios, Dion suggests a tactical retreat. Meliodas immediately shuts that down, warning them that running would activate Calmadios' commandment and make things much worse. So instead, Meliodas takes care of business, and Calmadios has no choice but to retreat. After that, a man approaches to thank them, and King briefly mistakes him for Bon due to the similar rough and ready look.
Thanks to you guys, we're still alive and kicking.
Bon!
Huh?
What are you doing out here?
Bon? Who's that?
The man correctly assumes that they are warriors from Stigma, the powerful alliance of the goddess, fairy, and giant clans. Meliodas explains that they came from the Fairy King's forest to help. The man asks them to join their forces in fighting the demons, and Meliodas agrees without hesitation. The man then introduces himself as Ro. At the Stigma base, called Light of Grace, we meet the leader of the Stigma Alliance, Ludociel. He is one of the 4 archangels, aka powerhouses of the goddess clan. Ludociel warmly welcomes everyone and declares that the end of the holy war against the demon clan is nigh. Elizabeth lights up, assuming that this means peace talks. Ludociel immediately clarifies that he means the complete extermination of the demon clan. Hope instantly ruined. Elizabeth later confronts Ludociel over his plan to wipe out all the demons. He coldly tells her that this was always the plan and insists she open her eyes, claiming demons have no worth and are not life forms equal to them. Furious, Elizabeth storms off. Elsewhere, King is surprised to learn that Gerard and Gloxinia are siblings, just like him and Elaine. When King asks about the magic he sensed in the forest, Gerard explains that it's a barrier Ludociel set up while Gloxinia was away, secretly designed as live bait to lure demons. And right on cue, a massive demon army approaches the forest, led by the members of the 10 Commandments. King and Dion immediately realize that this whole situation must be their real trial. As they prepare to move, Dion notices that the demons have stopped advancing. Elizabeth has gone ahead to speak with them, urging them not to proceed. Monspete explains to Elizabeth that tens of thousands of demons have vanished recently, and traces of their magic lead back to this forest. Elizabeth insists that there are no prisoners here, but warns them that Ludociel is plotting something and urges them to leave.
Listen, Ludociel is plotting something. I don't know what, but you need to turn back now.
At that exact moment, Ludociel's voice echoes through the battlefield, thanking Elizabeth for buying time. A massive arc erupts from the ground, containing all the missing demons. Having served their purpose in luring the rest of the demons, Ludociel completes the spell and eradicates every demon inside the ark. Enraged, Dedi strikes Elizabeth down. Then, as if the situation was already not dire enough, 2 more of the 4 archangels descend from the sky, signaling that everything has officially gone from bad to DEFCON 1. In the next episode, the 2 archangels, Tarmiel and Sariel, descend from the sky, scolding the demons for treating Elizabeth so barbarically. After covering Elizabeth with a barrier, the archangels unleash what may as well be described as multiple nuclear bombs on the demons. In the end, only some of the 10 Commandments manage to survive. This leads to a giant battle between the 10 Commandments and the 2 archangels. Watching this unfold, Ludociel grows irritated and decides to handle things personally. Before leaving, he orders his aide, Nerobasta, to guard the gate to the celestial realm at all costs. If it fails, reinforcements for the archangels are off the Table. Necropolis solemnly accepts, preparing to die for the task. Seconds later, Ludociel then oddly tells her to call for reinforcements anyway, but keep them on standby. This version of Ludociel, however, is actually Gowther, manipulating Necropolis' mind and requesting to be taken to the gate.
Let's make our way to the gate of the Celestial Realm, together.
Yes, Sir Ludociel.
Back on the battlefield, Ludociel's arrival swings the fight in the Archangel's favor. With no other options left, Monspeet and Derieri pierce their own chests and tear out 6 of their hearts, swearing them to the darkness to release the true nature of their souls. Think of it as a very high-risk, high-reward contract. They begin transforming into Indura, the ultimate forbidden demonic life form. Ludociel dismisses their effort as futile, right up until Derieri punches him and sends him flying. Elsewhere, Meliodas, King, and Dion finally locate Elizabeth, who's being protected by the Archangel's barrier. Meliodas reaches through the barrier, despite it burning his hand, and pulls out Elizabeth. She wakes up in tears, devastated that she can't do anything to stop this carnage. Then, back on the battlefield, Ludociel continues fighting Monspeet and Derieri when Elizabeth suddenly pulls up. She orders Ludociel to step back, declaring that she will be the one to stop the demons. Ooh, wow. Lizzie, what are you planning? In episode 5, Ludociel insists on joining Elizabeth to put the beasts down immediately, but she refuses. Instead, she releases a powerful light attack at Monspeet and Derieri. As the light pours into him, their forms grow even more monstrous, the darkness inside reacting violently as it resists purification. Ludociel moves in for the kill, but Meliodas steps in and blocks him, calmly telling Elizabeth that he will handle Ludociel himself. Watching this, Sariel and Tarmiel question why anyone would bother saving demons in the first place. Elizabeth answers without hesitation, saying that the morning light and the veil of darkness fall equally on everyone, and that she will do what she believes is right no matter what others think.
Tell me, who decided what the worth of another life is? Who gave us the right to sit in judgment?
With that, Sariel and Tarmiel decide to lend their support, which pisses off Ludociel. With their combined power, they force the darkness out of Monspeet and Derieri, restoring them to their original forms. Ludociel contacts Necropolis, who initially does not respond due to Gowther's spell. When he finally regains consciousness, Ludociel orders her to summon Mael, the 4th Archangel. As she turns to comply, she instead sees Meliscula chanting a spell with Gowther at her side. Together, they are reconstructing the gate, but not into the celestial realm. They're reshaping it into a gate to the demon realm. Elsewhere, Gerard and Ro are speaking when Necropolis contacts all nearby members of Stigma. She announces that the light of grace has been breached by 2 commandments and orders everyone to charge, claiming the intruders are non-combat types and can be overwhelmed by numbers. That assumption proves fatal. Ro suddenly stands and murders a giant and a fairy without hesitation.
What happened? It was him! He's the one who did it!
It was that human! We trusted.
His men follow suit, slaughtering their former allies. Ro declares that no one will be allowed to enter the light of grace until the gate to the demon realm is complete. The base erupts into chaos as betrayal spreads faster than panic. It turns out the humans were secretly working with the demon clan. Sensing something terribly wrong, King and Dion leave Meliodas behind to protect Elizabeth and the 2 unconscious commandments and rush back toward the light of grace. Along the way, Gowther suddenly appears, catching King off guard. He introduces himself, and King immediately realizes that this is not the Gowther he knows. Gowther finds it amusing that they seem familiar with a version of him that isn't him. King and Dion are shocked to learn that he's a member of the 10 Commandments. At the gate, Meliscula finishes the spell, only to realize in horror that it is not a gate to the demon realm, but the demon realm's prison. Furious, she calls out Gowther for deceiving her. At that moment, the real Gowther emerges from the Demon Realm's prison, explaining that he altered the battle plan slightly in pursuit of his own freedom.
You've never had the opportunity to meet me in person before, have you? For I am the real Gowther.
Sitting in what looks like a wheelchair, Gowther remarks that this is the first time outside of the Demon Realm 5 centuries. Meliodas warns him that he will never be forgiven for defying the Demon King in the middle of the Holy War. Gowther calmly responds that he does not care about this Holy War in the slightest. He explains that after being granted the commandment of selflessness, he lost his freedom entirely, reduced to observing the world through a puppet he created. Having endured this for centuries, he's finally reached his limit. Oh wow, dude was basically facing a life sentence, huh? In episode 6, Gowther declares his intention to bid farewell to the world, but before doing so, he decides to have one last conversation with King and Dion. He teleports to them and formally introduces himself as the real Gowther. When King asks what is happening at the Light of Grace, Gowther drops an uncomfortable truth. The humans have started a rebellion. Harboring deep resentment toward Stigma, they pretended loyalty, infiltrated the base, and used the demons as pawns to further their own goals. King refuses to accept this at face value, accusing Gowther of orchestrating everything simply to secure his own freedom. King tells Dion to leave with him, but she prefers to stay and listen to what Gowther has to say. King then heads toward the Light of Grace solo. Left alone with Dion, Gowther tells her that he can end the Holy War. He then asks, out of curiosity, whether the Holy War continues in the future.
Is the war still going on in the future?
It's been over now, for 3,000 years.
Dion tells him that it ended 3,000 years before her timeline, which should be around his current moment. Gowther finds peace in that answer, remarking that it means his death will not be in vain. Dion asks what he plans to do next, and what'll happen to the puppet Gowther. In response, the real Gowther activates Auto Awake, granting the puppet independent life and free will. He tells the puppet that there were many things he wished he could have taught him. The puppet Gowther breaks down, begging him not to leave and wondering if he's being abandoned simply because he's a puppet. Real Gowther denies this gently, explaining that the puppet is no mere doll. He's poured every ounce of soul magic he had into the artificial heart in his chest. This, he says, is his first and last gift. Real Gowther then reveals a grim future. 3,000 years from now, the puppet will lose both his soul and his memories, something he believes based on what King and Dion told him. For Dion, this encounter may be brief. For him, it is a once-in-a-lifetime friendship. He asks Dion to befriend Puppet Gowther when she returns to the future, and as a parting gift, he restores Dion's lost memories. Ironically, those lost memories had been erased by Puppet Gowther. Meanwhile, King wonders if Gerard herself was his true trial, and whether Gloxinia had failed to protect her. At the Light of Grace, Ro is battling members of Stigma, while Gerard desperately tries to stop him. Another human suddenly attacks, injuring Gerard's eye, slices her wings, and cuts down her legs. Ro kills the attacker instantly. When Gerard wakes moments later, Ro is holding her. He asks why she did not kill him when she had the chance.
You damn fool. Why didn't you just kill me when you had the chance?
I could feel your grief when I spoke to you about my brother.
Gerard explains that she understands the pain he felt from losing his sister when Stigma attacked their village, because they harbored an injured demon. At last, King reaches the tower and sees Ro holding Gerard. Believing he has once again failed to protect his sister, King's rage erupts. Gerard tries to explain, but Ro stops her, saying he is ready to die. King's spear launches in fury. He notices Ro smiling, just like Ban once did when provoking him into a reckless strike. Remembering that lesson, King stops himself, but it's too late. Ro's upper body is already gone. King looks behind him and sees Gloxinia consumed by rage, having killed Ro himself. King then awakens back in the present. Gloxinia approaches, already knowing the choice King made. He explains what truly happened, that King, unlike him, restrained himself. In contrast, Gloxinia admits that he failed. He killed Ro, then turned his wrath on both Stigma and the humans for failing to protect his sister. Consumed by hatred, he eventually became one of the 10 Commandments, never once checking whether Gerard was even still alive. Back to 3,000 years ago, Dion begins to worry about King and decides to go after him. Suddenly, a powerful magic erupts nearby. Gowther immediately recognizes it, saying his executioner has arrived, and moments later, it's Zeldris who appears before them. In episode 7, Zeldris informs Gowther that the Demon King is furious. Now, he has 2 choices, either return to prison or be killed right then and there. Dion insists on holding Zeldris off so Gowther can put an end to the Holy War once and for all. It's a brave plan, a noble plan, and unfortunately, a doomed one. Even when Dion pushes Droll's magic to its absolute limit, Zeldris shuts her down effortlessly by sealing her power, proving once again that confidence alone does not beat a Demon King's right-hand man. Rather than finishing her off, Zeldris shifts tactics, seeing potential in Droll, who owns Dion's current body. He offers her a choice: die here or join the 10 Commandments. To sweeten, or rather poison, the deal, Zeldris reveals that he knows Droll's past. He was shunned by his own giant clan for his appearance and magic. Dion immediately realizes why this hits so close to home. She was also shunned in her childhood for not being obsessed with fighting. She and Droll are reflections of each other, separated only by time.
Any giant who resents fighting, who hates it, is no giant at all. You're alien to us.
It's just like what happened to me.
Back in the present, King grows increasingly anxious as Dion still has not awakened. Droll explains why. Unlike Gloxinia, his reasons for joining the 10 Commandments were never based on revenge for a loved one. Instead, he joined the 10 Commandments because he didn't want to die. For a giant king, abandoning the battlefield was a disgrace worse than death. The true purpose of the trial, he admits, was to determine which choice had been right, dying as giant king or living on as a commandment. As King realizes the weight of this test, it dawns on him that no matter what Dion chooses, she may not be able to return. That realization breaks him. Then, against all expectations, she does return. To both King and Droll's shock, Dion awakens, fully conscious. Droll immediately demands to know what her answer was. What did she choose in his place? Dion answers honestly, saying that she ran away. Honestly, good choice. The response leaves Droll utterly baffled. Dion, meanwhile, does not waste another second. She grabs King, pulls him close, and kisses him. Having regained all of her memories, she expresses her love for King, which literally knocks him out. When he wakes up, he realizes that tiny fairy wings have sprouted on his back. In other news, Gloxinia finally reunites with Gerard and apologizes for abandoning her.
I'm not gonna ask you to forgive me now. Just let me say I'm sorry. Sorry about Ro.
The heartfelt moment is nearly derailed when Oslo growls aggressively at Gloxinia, but Gerard calms him and explains that the magic dog was born shortly after Gloxinia left and has protected her ever since. When Gloxinia recalls Ro's final words to him, the truth clicks. Oslo is Ro's reincarnation. Wow, and here I thought Ro was like Bond's ancestor or something. Okay. With their resolve renewed, King and Dion agree to help the puppet Gowther just as they promised the demon Gowther. Using Oslo's teleportation, they return to Leoness. At the tower where the 7 deadly sins were once framed, the group has gathered once again. Right on cue, King and Dion tumble out of a portal. They're relieved to see everyone alive, particularly Meliodas. King apologizes for doubting his captain, while Meliodas, naturally, is more interested in King's newly grown wings. They do look cute though, I'm not gonna lie. Dion then shocks everyone by announcing that her memories have returned. Gowther is especially stunned, having been certain they were gone for good. No thanks to you, pal.
I got my memories back.
Huh? They've returned? Are you certain of that? But that's impossible. Once they're purged, memories can't be restored.
Dion calmly explains that precious memories are carved into the soul and cannot be erased. She then invites Gowther to search for his missing heart. This is Bartra's cue. He dramatically steps forward, revealing a strange heart-shaped device he recently found. The moment Gowther sees it, something inside of him clicks, and he immediately panics. Without warning, he bolts and leaps off the tower. Bartra explains that Gowther once told him the heart was filled with soul magic. Dion refuses to let Gowther disappear again and asks Merlin to shrink her down to human size. She tells the rest of the sins to follow, and Meliodas recites their fourth rule. When one of them is in trouble, the rest become one and rush to their aid. With that, the 7 deadly sins leap from the tower in pursuit of Gowther, together, as always. In the next episode, the 7 deadly sins split up to track down Gowther. Along the way, Ban casually asks Meliodas whether he always knew Gowther was a puppet. Meliodas admits that he did, and that he also knew the guy who created him. According to Meliodas, Gowther's creator was a wizard so monstrously powerful that even the Demon King treated him with respect. That power earned him the commandment of selflessness, a curse that erase the memories and emotions of anyone with selfish desires. Unfortunately, that same power made him too dangerous to leave free, so the Demon King imprisoned him. Unable to interact with the outside world, the wizard created Gowther as his proxy. Meliodas adds one last detail. Gowther's appearance was modeled after the woman the wizard loved, except he made a male version to eliminate any inconvenient lust-driven complications. Makes sense to me.
Since he couldn't leave his cell, he created the Gowther that you know to always be there in his place. His doll looks just like the one he loved.
Meanwhile, Gowther himself is spiraling. He cannot understand why he ran the moment he saw the heart-shaped object Bartra was holding, or why his chest feels so heavy. He wanders into a ruined castle, confused about why he even came there, when sudden fragments of memory began crashing into his mind. Unable to process them, Gowther tries to erase his own memories. We then flash back to 45 years earlier, when Gowther awakens in a cave beneath Leoness. He meets Princess Naja and the younger sister of the future King Bartra. The two eventually grow fond of each other, even after she finds out that he's a doll. Despite having her as a friend, Gowther is afraid that she'll leave him at some point, just like his master did. Gowther shows the princess his magical heart, and the moment she touches it, she collapses. She later wakes in her bed, with Bartra at her side. He explains that Gowther, who cleverly disguised himself as a maid to dodge the guards, brought her to the palace. Relieved that Naja does not hate him, Gowther nudges her and admits he does not want to be alone anymore. From that day on, the two spend their time together. Later, Bartra admits to Gowther that he foresaw his sister meeting him and asks him to stay by her side since she's terribly sick. As Naja's health gets worse, she spends her final moments by Gowther's side. Gowther panics, screaming at her to wake up. When guards burst in, they find Gowther clutching Naja's body, having torn out his own heart and placed it on her chest in a desperate attempt to revive her. Mistaking the scene completely, they beat and arrest him.
Don't leave me alone.
Gowther is convicted of seducing and murdering the princess and sentenced to be burned at the stake. Denzel demands vengeance, but Bartra insists that this is all wrong. As the flames rise, Gowther reaches a final conclusion. If having a soul hurts this much, it'd be better not to have one at all. He wishes to forget everything and exist only as a puppet. Back in the present, just as Gowther is about to erase his memories again, Dion stops him. She realizes that the urge to forget means his memories are already returning. Even as he begs her to let him erase them as he has done before, Merlin appears and explains the truth. Every time Gowther begins to remember, he violently rejects those memories to escape the pain. Dion refuses to let him do it again. She tells him that even painful memories can be precious, worth holding on to.
Let us carry your pain! We're your friends! We're here to help you! Even in your worst memories, there must be some special ones worth holding on to!
As Gowther remembers Nadja, Merlin reveals the final twist. Gowther's heart was never filled with soul magic. There was never any soul stored in that heart-shaped object at all. Gowther's soul has always been his own. With that realization, Gowther's memories and original powers return fully. In the end, the magical heart was nothing more than a small lie meant to comfort a grieving son who never truly needed it. Beautiful. In episode 9, Orlandi, a familiar of Merlin's, scours the demon-occupied Camelot in search of Arthur, only to run straight into Zeldris. Naturally, Zeldris seizes the moment and fires a curse through the familiar directly at Merlin.
I think I can head back now. Huh? It's dark all of a sudden.
Just who in the hell are you?
Meanwhile, Dion, ever the curious one, presses Gowther for answers about his creator and how the Holy War was actually ended. Gowther, however, prefers not to talk about it. I guess some secrets are better left unsaid. Dion shifts gears, telling Elizabeth about a goddess from 3,000 years ago who looked exactly like her and had been with Meliodas. Elizabeth remembers that Cain once mentioned an Elizabeth at the Kingdom of Danafor, who was also Meliodas' lover. The coincidences are piling up, and it's getting hard not to suspect some work of fate. By the next morning, Merlin is feverish. Elizabeth tries to help her, only to find herself telepathically confronted by Zeldris. He calls Elizabeth a cursed goddess and accuses her of torturing Meliodas, literally reminding her that she has been reincarnating, forgetting, and remembering, and meeting him over and over and over again dozens of times. Elizabeth is stunned, but also secretly happy. If she's the same goddess from 3,000 years ago, that means she's always been with Meliodas. Zeldris, ever the buzzkill, forcibly returns all her past memories, letting her witness her sins across countless lifetimes. She collapses under the weight of millennia of tragedy, her eyes glowing orange with the unmistakable fire of goddess magic. Meliodas then breaks the news. If Elizabeth's memories fully return, she'll die in 3 days. Damn, that's a horrible fate to live with. In episode 10, Meliodas finally spills the tea to the rest of the 7 deadly sins. Apparently, he and Elizabeth have been cursed for 3,000 years by none other than the Demon King and the supreme deity who lead the goddess clan. The punishment is that Meliodas became immortal. He can never die, and Elizabeth will reincarnate every time she dies. So, Meliodas is forced to bear witness to her endless cycle of life and death. All this because they dared to fall in love despite being from warring demon and goddess clans. By now, Meliodas has met 107 Elizabeths. Some remembered him, some didn't, and some simply died peacefully. Talk about a dating history no one would envy. In the following episode, the 7 deadly sins are making their way into Camelot to fight the remaining 10 commandments. Along the way, they run into Zeldris, but it turns out to be fake, so Meliodas gets trapped by Meliscula's darkness power. She then uses Meliodas' own energy to empower an army of skeletons, forcing the other sins into a frantic battle against them. Meanwhile, Dion's mind starts fracturing under the onslaught of the tortured memories of the humans who'd been killed in that part of town. She gets possessed by these tortured, angry souls and starts fighting her comrades. Then, suddenly, Hellbram steps up, confessing that he was responsible for the slaughter of the humans. It's a half-hearted attempt to pacify these restless spirits, but it isn't enough. Just when it seems like things are about to get tragically worse, Elizabeth appears. With her goddess power, she intervenes and saves Dion. Having a goddess on your team is always an advantage. In episode 12, Meliodas manages to break free from Meliscula's darkness prison, but not without losing his mind and emotions in the process. Escanor immediately notices something is off. Calling upon his sacred treasure Rita, he charges to confront Meliodas. Unfortunately, the animation of their clash is really rough, and Meliscula gets defeated by the combined effort of of Elizabeth, Merlin, Gowther, and, Elaine. She wouldn't be alive if we're being serious. Oh well, moving on. In the next episode, Merlin creates a perfect cube around Meliodas and Escanor to avoid collateral damage. The two sins clash violently, their blades and fists slicing through the cube with alarming intensity. Meliodas injures Escanor's hands and attempts a fatal stab, though Lost Vein barely leaves a mark. Eventually, both run out of weapons and start exchanging punches. Meliodas' blows send Escanor bouncing helplessly across the cube's confines, and he admits aloud that he hasn't had this much fun since fighting his younger brother. I guess he's referring to Zeldris here? On his part, Escanor's power level climbs beyond 100,000, thanks to the sun. Merlin remarks that the outcome of this fight depends entirely on one specific, terrifying minute at noon when Escanor becomes the One, aka an unstoppable, flaming powerhouse.
He then becomes the One.
As the One, Escanor knocks out Meliodas with a single, precise hand chop. Wow! The toll of that attack ends up knocking out the Sin of Pride himself. With that business complete, the Sins return to the Boar Hat to continue their journey to Camelot. Merlin explains that Escanor's injuries leave him unable to fight, and Meliodas is still incredibly dangerous, so it's risky for him to be around. When Meliodas tries to rise, Merlin quickly restrains him and keeps him unconscious. The perfect cube magic should contain him, but Elizabeth insists on being locked in alongside him, determined to care for him herself. Merlin reluctantly agrees, promising to watch them both closely. Meanwhile, inside Camelot, Merlin's familiar Orlandi finally tracks down Arthur. They both descend into what looks like an underground bunker where Camelot civilians are hiding. There, Arthur remarks that if he can get a hold of the sword Excalibur, he'd be able to handle the current situation. And speaking of which, inside Camelot's castle, Zeldris struggles to pull Excalibur from the ground.
It won't budge. This magic sword only submits to the wielder it sees as the chosen one.
He's soon contacted by his father, the Demon King, which orders him to rescue their future heir, Meliodas. Yeah, this is not a drill. The Demon King is the father of both Meliodas and Zeldris. Zeldris questions why he should help a traitor, to which the Demon King explains that Meliodas has reverted to his original self and must be kept away from the 7 deadly sins. So, the Demon King suddenly wants his future heir only when he's on demon time? Interesting. In episode 14, Zeldris tries to summon the rest of the 10 commandments, all to no avail. Grey Road and Meliscula were captured by Merlin after their respective defeats. Estarosa remains comatose, and Fraudrin is long gone, having met his end at the hands of Meliodas weeks prior. That leaves 4, Gloxinia, Droll, Monspeet, and Derrieri, who really couldn't care less about returning. Monspeet and Derrieri, in fact, are living peacefully in a small village under the guise of ordinary humans.
Oh, I heard you got rid of the bears ravaging the fields yesterday.
Yeah, they were delicious.
Huh?
Meanwhile, Gloxinia and Droll remain in the Giant Kingdom. They respond to Zeldris' call, but ultimately refuse to aid him. Zeldris, understandably frustrated, contemplates doing the job alone. That's when he's greeted by 2 unfamiliar faces from the Demon Clan, Chandler, the Pacifier Fiend, and Cusack, the Napping Reaper. Both have recently freed themselves from the Goddess Seal and are fully aware of the Demon Clan's dire situation. Cusack is a huge Zeldris fanboy, so he chooses to stay by his side. Chandler, on the other hand, was Meliodas' mentor and seems to believe that Elizabeth is manipulating his beloved pupil. Upon learning Meliodas' location, Chandler launches himself into the air, intent on rescuing his favorite demon. Back on the Boar Hat's roof, King gifts Dion a pendant made from his bent helmet, a sentimental memento of their late friend Hellbram. Gowther joins the nostalgia parade, showing a similar pendant crafted in the image of the heart his owner gave him. True to form, he calls the very idea of pendants pointless, but secretly, it reminds him of the precious time he spent with Princess Nadia, a rare, soft moment for the usually stoic puppet. All of a sudden, night covers the landscape as the group nears Camelot. Chandler materializes aboard the boar hat right next to the perfect cube containing Meliodas and Elizabeth. Elizabeth demands to know who he is, but Chandler wastes no time. He declares her a sinful goddess who stole his young master's heart and vows that she will never be forgiven. With a dramatic flourish, he bursts Merlin's perfect cube. Attempting to seal his magic, Merlin is caught off guard. Chandler uses full counter, turning her into a tiny, powerless girl in the blink of an eye. Then, he shrinks Dion down in size and unleashes a meteor shower to pin them down. Chandler certainly came prepared.
These are celebratory fireworks! They mark the young master's retrieval!
In episode 15, Gowther and King attempt a combo attack on Chandler, but it fails. Not wasting a second, Chandler casts a spell called Absolute Order on Gowther, locking him out of attacking again. Just when things seem dire, Bond crashes the scene, much to Chandler's annoyance. Hawk, noticing Gowther hasn't joined the fight, asks why. Gowther explains that breaking Chandler's Absolute Order seal would destroy his body. Hawk, ever fearless and slightly reckless, boldly licks the curse mark on Chandler's hand, trying to erase it.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop it, you swine!
Gowther finally attacks, while Elizabeth heals Dion, Bon, and King, giving them the chance to strike back. Chandler appears after defeating one of King's well-placed attacks, prompting cheers from the Sins. But the celebration is short-lived. Gowther suddenly collapses from the lingering effects of the Absolute Order, and Hawk, horrified, realizes the curse wasn't fully removed. Oh, whoopsie. Meanwhile, in Camelot, Zeldris and Cusack sip tea as though nothing is happening, discussing the battlefield. Cusack wonders if the 7 deadly sins have the upper hand now that Chandler is defeated. Zeldris, ever the realist, warns that once Chandler realizes he's losing Meliodas, he'll unleash his full strength. Back on the battlefield, Chandler rises once more, his form shifting into something far more terrifying. With a grin, he declares to the sins that they should enjoy their fleeting victory, because soon they all will die. But I highly doubt that. In episode 16, the newly transformed Chandler unleashes a massive sword hidden inside his cane and prepares to strike the 7 deadly sins. Luckily, Gloxinia and Droll intervene just in time. The 2 former commandments promise to take things from here while the sins escape. What follows is brutal. Chandler unleashes a merciless assault, ultimately killing both Gloxinia and Droll. Even in death, the pair remain noble. They entrust King and Dion with their titles, ensuring the legacies of the Fairy King and the Queen of Giants live on.
For 3,000 long years, you've never wavered, continuing to carry out your will.
Still, is it just me, or is it weird that one high-ranking demon managed to kill 2 ex-commandments? Talk about power creep! After their escape, Elizabeth revives Merlin, who had fainted when she tried to use her magic to fend off Chandler. The sins learn of Gloxinia and Droll's sacrifice, and see Gowther still struggling under the Absolute Order curse. Merlin regains her full form, and the rest of the sins take a moment to discuss their next move, though the atmosphere is anything but calm. Chandler, undeterred, tracks Meliodas by sensing his essence. By the time Chandler arrives, they all discover that Meliodas has fully awakened and recovered, his presence radiating overwhelming power. Meliodas calmly reveals that he has regained all of his memories, which immediately makes the sins squint in confusion. Before anyone can react, he declares his plan. He intends to take Elizabeth with him. Hawk, predictably, erupts into a flurry of complaints, nagging him for being reckless. Meliodas grabs Hawk and reveals that his father has always been silently watching them through Hawk's eyes. He then drops the bombshell. He cannot remain with the Sins any longer because he will devote himself to breaking Elizabeth's curse, and to do that, he plans on becoming the Demon King himself. With that, he announces the disbandment of the 7 deadly sins and flies off with Chandler.
From this moment forward, the 7 deadly sins are over.
Well, at least he left for a good reason? In the following episode, Merlin admits that there's little they can do about the current situation. Apparently, Meliodas' emotions are effectively trapped in purgatory, the kind of place where a normal rescue mission would be a one-way ticket to a very permanent doom. Hawk suddenly remembers what Meliodas said when he grabbed him. Out of curiosity, Merlin examines Hawk's eyes and notices something unexpected, a potential bridge between their world and the hellish dimension of purgatory.
Well, simply put, he's unknowingly serving as a kind of corridor between worlds.
Meanwhile, in Camelot, Estarosa awakens from his coma, stirred by a dream of the goddess Elizabeth. Weird. Back at the Boar Hat, Merlin explains that Hawk can serve as a portal to purgatory, giving them a slim but dangerous chance to retrieve Meliodas' captive emotions. Dion quickly volunteers the idea, let's just hop in and grab him. Naturally, Merlin has to rain on her parade. Purgatory isn't your average dungeon crawl. It's a savage, hellish realm ruled by the Demon King himself, filled with creatures designed to make your nightmares feel like child's play. The only person she knows who survived, even briefly, was her own father, who returned traumatized and ancient-looking after just 1 minute. Bon, undeterred, because, well, he's immortal, volunteers to go. I mean, hey, if anyone can do it, it's this guy. Back in Camelot, Meliodas confronts his brother Zeldris with a bombshell. He plans to become the new Demon King. Zeldris, predictably, refuses. Their tense standoff is interrupted by Estarosa, who, true to form, has his own priorities. He doesn't care about the throne, he just wants Elizabeth, despite just meeting her physically for the first time. Meliodas, as stubborn as ever, overpowers both brothers and even holds back Cusack, leaving Chandler proud. It looks pretty badass, not gonna lie. Zeldris is still skeptical, knowing Meliodas' ultimate goal is to lift the curse on himself and Elizabeth, but Meliodas whispers something inaudible in Zeldris' ear that leaves him speechless. So, in a complete 180, he agrees to help.
I know why you're so determined to lead the demon race, Zeldris.
Shut up!
The plan is to absorb all the powers of the 10 Commandments from their holders to consolidate enough power to claim the Demon King title and break the curse. Zeldris reports that he already possesses Gowther, Gloxinia, and Droll, while Meliodas has Grey Road taken from Merlin. How they'll get the remaining commandments is a question for later, though Estarosa's solution is simple. If a member refuses, just kill him. What a charmer. Zeldris and Estarosa then set off to round up the remaining commandments. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Elizabeth have a heated argument. Elizabeth cannot accept this choice to become the Demon King, or his apparent betrayal of the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas insists that time is running out and that he sees no other way. Ultimately, Elizabeth takes matters into her own hands. She knocks him out and flees, determined to join forces with the 7 deadly sins to stop him. Wow, this is probably the first time she's actually attacked Meliodas. Desperate times, I guess. In episode 18, Zeldris sets his sights on Meliscula's commandment of faith, currently lingering at the Boar Hat. Merlin is willing to bargain, but only on her terms. She reveals her true identity to Zeldris, who immediately recognizes her as the last surviving daughter of Belialuin, the city of wizards. The two ascend into the sky to negotiate privately.
It's too noisy out here.
Let's talk alone, just the two of us.
A very wise decision.
Before departing, Merlin drops a strand of her hair onto Hawk's nose, animating it into a creature that allows the rest of the Sins to eavesdrop on their conversation. Elsewhere in Britannia, Princess Margaret embarks on a rescue mission for Gil Thunder, accompanied by Hendrickson and Dreyfus. Margaret, however, gets an unexpected mystical visit, a mysterious voice at an old druid altar. Curiosity wins, and she agrees to let the voice have what it wants in exchange for a chance to save Gil Thunder. The voice turns out to be Ludociel, the archangel from the goddess clan, and Margaret becomes his vessel. Meanwhile, Gil Thunder is trapped in an abandoned goddess temple, desperately searching for any way out. When he thinks he's found an escape, he ends up in a floating temple in the clouds. Vivian tries to manipulate him, suggesting that they honor Margaret by having children together. Yeah, subtlety's not Vivian's strong suit. Suddenly, a portal opens behind Vivian, and Ludociel strikes, piercing her neck. Margaret, overjoyed to see Gil Thunder alive, has barely any time to react before Ludociel reasserts control over Margaret's body. Somewhere else in the skies, Zeldris recalls the legend behind Merlin's reputation as the last survivor of Belial-Yuin, a city of wizards wiped out both by the supreme deity and the demon king after she outsmarted them. Both gods, hoping to recruit her, had granted her blessings and power, which turned out to be a monumental miscalculation. Immune to both of these gods' magic, she basically became the ultimate diplomatic wildcard. Merlin attempts to negotiate a trade, Meliscula for another prize. She suggests Elizabeth as the prize, but Zeldris refuses. After all, even Meliodas wouldn't allow that. Next offer, King Arthur, which also gets denied because his whereabouts are unknown. In a final move, Merlin demands that everyone in Camelot be allowed to leave safely without demon interference. Zeldris, ever the reluctant gentleman, agrees and fulfills his part of the deal. Just as he waits impatiently for Merlin to hand over Meliscula, he's struck by a massive explosion thanks to Ludociel. If that's not a declaration of another holy war, I don't know what is. In episode 19, not long after witnessing Ludociel's surprise attack on Zeldris, Merlin calmly teleports back to the Boar Hat. She finds out that if the Sins are going to make a move, now is the golden window, while the Demon Clan and the Goddess Clan are too busy punching each other to even notice them. When Zeldris finally recovers, he launches a retaliatory strike that wipes out the floating temple where Ludociel is staying. Elsewhere in Camelot, the 7 deadly sins work to evacuate the city. Merlin handles mass teleportation, King uses Chastiful's sunflower form to protect civilians, and Dion decides to scare villagers into fleeing by joking that she might eat them.
If you people don't stop right now, I'll eat you!
What a troll. On the road to Leoness, Elizabeth is relieved to be reunited with the Sins. She comforts Dion, who is still struggling with the knowledge that Elizabeth's curse will inevitably claim her life. Elizabeth brushes it off with bittersweet resolve, reminding them that she will be reborn anyway, and asks them to lend her their strength. In Leoness, King Bartra receives news of Camelot's evacuation and the Sins' success, and goes to meet them at the castle gates. He immediately notices Elizabeth's Goddess Clan eyes, though she promises to explain later. Soon after, word arrives that Gil Thunder has been saved by Princess Margaret, but when Margaret arrives, Elizabeth senses that something is wrong. That's when Ludociel steps forward and introduces himself, followed by Tarmiel and Sariel, who's also in new bodies.
Ludociel, an archangel from the goddess race.
Ditto, and my name's Tarmiel.
Ditto, and my name's Sariel.
Ludociel notes Meliodas' absence and coldly concludes that he's simply acting according to his demonic nature. This infuriates Elizabeth, who insists the situation is far more complicated. Still, with limited options, she reluctantly agrees to form an alliance with Stigma in hopes of ending the Holy War once and for all. A banquet is held at Leoness, where Hendrickson joins Stigma's table and cautiously asks about the whereabouts of the fourth Archangel. Ludociel reveals that Mael was supposedly killed by Estarosa of the Ten Commandments. Finally, in the castle courtyard, Elizabeth and King Bartra share a quiet moment. When Bartra fully understands the nature of Elizabeth's curse, he breaks down in tears. Elizabeth hugs him and gently asks to remain his daughter for just 2 more days. Oh man, who's cutting those onions? In episode 20, Arthur attempts to approach Camelot Castle, only to discover that no matter how close he thinks he's getting, he always ends up back in the same spot. After looping one too many times, he realizes the obvious truth. He's trapped in an illusion. His suspicion is correct because Bernia, a demon, has sealed the area with her magic spell, effectively turning Camelot into a very unfriendly roundabout.
No matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to escape my Mercian maze, you silly boy.
Back in Leoness, Ludociel suddenly senses a familiar power, one that immediately catches his attention. Tracing it, he confronts Escanor and demands to know who he is. Escanor introduces himself as the lion's sin of pride of the 7 deadly sins. Ludociel then bluntly asks where Escanor stole his power from. We find out that Escanor's strength comes from a grace, the direct opposite of a curse. This grace was given by the supreme deity, comparable to the commandments or curses from the Demon King. After outlining the graces of his fellow archangels and his own, Ludociel reveals that the 4th grace, Sunshine, once belonged to his younger brother Mael. Because graces were never meant for human bodies, Ludociel warns Escanor that continued use of Sunshine could eventually destroy him. Escanor responds without hesitation that he doesn't care. The power's been with him since birth, and he intends to fight till the very end, no matter the cost. Ludociel, unexpectedly impressed, admits that he likes Escanor, and that the two part on surprisingly amicable terms. Back in Camelot, Arthur notices that his pet, Cath, is no longer by his side. As he searches for him, Cath, acting entirely on his own, finds Bernia and brutally devours her alive.
Thank goodness, I was worried. So where were you and what were you doing?
Dinner.
Huh?
With Bernia's spell gone, Arthur finally enters the castle. However, he's immediately detected by Zeldris and Cusack. Cath uses telekinesis to stall the demons, buying Arthur just enough time to reach Excalibur. Inside the castle, Arthur learns that Cath has been defeated. Before he can process this, Meliodas appears and coldly tells him to leave, making it painfully clear that he is no longer the man Arthur once admired. Feeling betrayed, Arthur draws Excalibur and swears to defeat Meliodas and the demons. Empowered by the Holy Sword, Arthur battles Cusack and Chandler with surprising ease, and even pushes Zeldris back. Meanwhile, in Leoness, the remaining 7 deadly sins discuss Stigma's plan to reclaim Camelot. Merlin insists on going, not for the strategy, but to protect Arthur. Hawke questions her unusual concern for the king, and Merlin finally explains why. Arthur is destined to rule the whole of Britannia. Excalibur is no ordinary weapon. It is an ancient holy sword that has chosen countless heroes over centuries, absorbing their souls and will. Arthur is its latest bearer, the king chosen above all kings. Interesting. In episode 21, Arthur quickly realizes, horrifyingly, that neither Chandler nor Cusack were defeated by his earlier assault. wield. The two demons admit that they were simply curious, more interested in testing what a human could do with Excalibur than actually stopping him. Still burning with resolve, Arthur presses the attack. Kath, far more perceptive than its cheerful demeanor suggests, senses the truth immediately. Arthur won't survive this fight. With no other option, Kath desperately calls out to Merlin, who instantly feels something is terribly wrong. Mid-attack, Arthur's strength falters. Excalibur suddenly feels unbearably heavy, and his body begins to fail him. Cusack explains the cruel reality. Arthur is powerful, but he doesn't yet know how to properly wield the Holy Sword. Excalibur isn't rejecting him, it's demanding more than his body can give.
The proof is evident. Your body is unable to withstand the force and is about to disintegrate. It's literal self-destruction.
Cusack adds another brutal truth. Most of the demons defeated by ancient human heroes were merely low-ranking fodder. To prove his point, he reveals the heroic souls within Excalibur are trembling in fear before true demons like himself. Cusack prepares to use some weird magic on Arthur, but Merlin arrives just in time to rescue him. Merlin escapes Camelot with Arthur and Kath, bringing them safely back to the Boar Hat. She immediately asks Elizabeth to heal Arthur, but even across the distance, Cusack completes his weird spell. Arthur is forcibly compelled to raise Excalibur and stab himself through the heart. As he dies, his final regret is failing to live up to Merlin's expectations. In the aftermath, Merlin quietly reveals that when she first met Arthur, she sensed immeasurable potential within him. She truly believed he was destined to rule Britannia. Elizabeth realizes just how deeply Arthur mattered to Merlin, just as Meliodas matters to her. As Merlin reminisces about her time with Arthur, she sheds tears for the first time in over 400 years. Damn. The following day, the 7 deadly sins meet with Stigma to plan their war strategy. The forces are divided into 3 groups: a defensive force to protect Leoness, a search and destroy force to thin the demon army en route to Camelot, and an assault force tasked with storming Meliodas' lair to stop his ascension as Demon King. Meanwhile, in Camelot, Meliodas prepares to absorb 5 of the 10 commandments. He assures Zeldris that once his goal is achieved, he will honor his promise to him. Zeldris, placing his trust in his older brother, watches as Meliodas begins the dangerous process. Back in Leoness, the remaining sins prepare for battle. King attempts to propose to Diane, only to be abruptly shut down by Escanor, who disapproves of romance during wartime.
Here we are, readying ourselves to go into battle with the demon race.
Real talk, Escanor. Gowther rejoins the group, now fully repaired and operational. After Ludociel delivers a rousing speech, the Holy Knights charge forward, and the war against the demon clan officially begins. In episode 22, far from the battlefield, a woman called Annie pays a visit to Monspeet and Derrieri. She's been a good friend and host to these two all this time, though she's unaware that they're demons. During their brief conversation, she notices villagers quietly packing up and fleeing, casualties of a war they never agreed to fight. After helping a lost child reunite with his family, Annie rushes back to warn her demon friends. Meanwhile, inside Annie's modest shack, Derrieri and Monspeet discuss their next move now that the Holy War has come crashing back into their lives. Derrieri admits she plans to give up her commandment. Monspeet reflects on how much they've changed since the war 3,000 years ago, especially Derrieri after the death of her sister. She reveals a truth that she's carried for years. Her sister loved Monspeet deeply and always had. Monspeet tries to tell Derrieri something in return, but the moment is cruelly interrupted when Annie bursts in to warn them, only to be instantly killed by Estarosa.
Both of you need to leave right now! Cause everything's in chaos out there! So you have to...
Estarosa reveals his purpose without hesitation. He's collecting the commandments. As he attempts to consume Annie's soul, Monspeet intervenes, using his Trick Star spell to swap the soul with an apple. Estarosa moves to take their commandments by force, putting Monspeet in a brutal headlock. Monspeet switches places with him mid-grapple, mocking Estarosa for barely being able to handle a single commandment and for his pitiful strength. Enraged, Estarosa unleashes a fire attack, Hellblaze, only for Derriere to calmly point out that Monspeet is the most skilled Hellblaze user among them, making the attack pointless. When Estarosa appears defeated, the momentary relief proves fatal. He suddenly grabs Derriere, ready to destroy her last heart. Monspeet switches places with her without hesitation, sacrificing his own final heart instead. With his remaining strength, Monspeet sends Derriere flying far from danger and immolates himself, ensuring that Estarosa can't follow her. As Derriere crashes to safety, she screams his name, demanding to know what he wanted to say. Unfortunately, those words will now remain unspoken forever.
I can no longer protect you, nor can I stay by your side. So I'm not going to say it.
No, Monspeet, please!
Damn, Monspeet went out like a boss. In the next episode, Derriere crashes straight into the battlefield where the Search and Destroy force is fighting. Elsewhere, in Leoness, Dreyfus is cutting down demons when a holy knight delivers devastating news. The front line, where Griamar was stationed, has been wiped out. Panic overrides everything else. Dreyfus rushes to the scene just in time to see a silver demon impaling his son through the stomach with writhing tentacles. As Dreyfus reaches for him in despair, his body suddenly swells to colossal size. In that instant, he understands that he just used an ability called Full Size, the same power once wielded by Fraudrin of the Ten Commandments.
Full size? Could it be? Did he somehow lend me his ability so I could protect Griamar?
I guess that was Fraudrin's parting gift to his former host. Back on the main battlefield, Derriere admits to Elizabeth that she's there because she has nowhere else left to go. Before Derriere can fully explain herself, Estarosa appears, looking quite pleased to find Elizabeth no longer under Meliodas' protection. He unleashes a Hellblaze technique that traps everyone in its grasp. Realizing that Estarosa is hunting commandments like Derriere, Elizabeth blasts him across the battlefield in a burst of divine light. Estarosa is intercepted mid-flight by Sariel and Tarmiel. The two archangels engage him directly, hoping to avenge their former comrade Mael. Feeling cornered, Estarosa absorbs Galen's commandment, and Monspeet's commandment afterwards. With a smile that sends a chill through everyone watching, Estarosa declares that he is Meliodas. What the what? In the last episode of Season 4, Estarosa remembers the first time he fell for Elizabeth. She was one of the very few who never mocked his weakness, never looked down on him for failing to measure up in a clan that worshipped power above all else. Back then, Estarosa admired his older brother Meliodas with unshakable devotion, but that admiration curdled the moment Meliodas chose Elizabeth. What began as hero worship slowly turned into resentment, and resentment into obsession. Back in the present, Estarosa declares that he always wanted to be like his brother, and now, at last, he is Meliodas.
Was it? I wanted to become Meliodas. What do you know? That wish came true after all.
How in the hell did this guy become this delusional? We then shift to Camelot. Zeldris, Cusack, and Chandler stand before Meliodas' cocoon of darkness. Cusack wonders aloud how Meliodas is enduring the absorption of the commandments. Zeldris answers calmly that this is exactly what one would expect from the Demon King's first and favored heir. In other words, everything is going according to a plan no one else can stop. At Leoness, Estarosa Estarosa advances towards Elizabeth after effortlessly defeating Sariel and Tarmiel. Then, with unsettling familiarity, Estarosa invites Elizabeth to go to their secret place. Elizabeth is horrified, not just by the invitation, but by the fact that he knows about it all. That place was supposed to be only known to her and Meliodas. She realizes that this means she knows Estarosa far better than she should, and yet she doesn't ever remember interacting with him in the past. Suddenly, Estarosa's composure shatters. The commandments within him spiral out of control as he recalls Meliodas once telling him that he would never allow him to be with Elizabeth. Elizabeth insists his memories are wrong, but Estarosa screams back in denial as dark matter engulfs his body. Elizabeth recognizes the truth immediately. He's carrying more commandments than his body or mind can handle. She begs him to expel them. Instead, this idiot lashes out at everyone around him, striking down Dion and King before turning his fury on Elizabeth herself. He starts choking her, driven by jealousy and rage over Meliodas. Refusing to die without seeing Meliodas one last time, Elizabeth agrees to go with Estarosa on one condition. That condition being that he promises not to harm anyone else. He accepts. After healing everyone's wounds, Elizabeth leaves with him, walking willingly into the enemy's grasp to save those she loves.
Don't worry about me.
Elizabeth, stop!
Aww, you can hardly catch Lizzie being a damsel in distress. Once the immediate danger passes, the Holy Knights regroup and begin discussing how to rescue Elizabeth. After reclaiming their true bodies, Sariel and Tarmiel prepare to rescue Elizabeth and stop Estarosa once and for all. Derieri offers to join them, but Sariel coldly rejects her, stating that no one trusts her. King immediately defends her, revealing that during the Holy War, the original Elizabeth saved both Derieri and Monspit. Derieri is stunned and asks how he knows. King simply says it doesn't matter. Just freaking say you time traveled. Who cares at this point? In Camelot, Merlin uses her magic to transport the assault team, herself, Escanor, Gil Thunder, Hendrickson, and Ludociel into the depths of Meliodas' lair. Merlin cannot access Meliodas' cocoon directly, so Ludociel erects a sanctuary to protect them. He warns everyone that once they enter, there is no escape unless Meliodas is killed. Merlin counters that there is another way, convincing Meliodas not to become the Demon King. Far away in Purgatory, Bon wanders the wasteland, searching for Meliodas' lost emotions. Meanwhile, Estarosa brings Elizabeth to the ruins of a floating island. As she gazes at the broken sky, she clings to a single wish: to see Meliodas again. Elsewhere, Meliodas rests within his cocoon, still absorbing the commandments. And in Purgatory, Meliodas' emotions finally awaken. Alone, but unbroken, he begins to walk, determined to find a way back to Elizabeth and the friends he refuses to abandon.
I have to return.
The first episode of Season 5 begins in Purgatory. A lone fox-like soul wanders without purpose, drifting through an endless hellscape as if guided by instinct rather than thought. Drawn toward a lake of molten lava, the creature pauses, and fragments of memory begin to surface. Images of the Fairy King's forest, of laughter, of warmth, and above all, of Elaine. The memories hit all at once, snapping the soul back into its true form. Bon, our dear old Bon, realizes just how close he came to losing himself entirely, to becoming nothing more than another damned spirit trapped in Purgatory's eternal loop.
Elaine.
Overwhelmed, he cries out for Meliodas, unsure how long he's been wandering or how much time has passed in the world he left behind. For once, immortality offers him no comfort. Back in Leoness, the rescue team, King Tarmiel, Sahriel, and Derieri continues tracking Elizabeth's fading presence. Unbeknownst to them, Gowther follows from a distance, pursuing an agenda known only to himself. Their search leads them to the ruins of a celestial theater, a place once meant for beauty and art, now reduced to rubble. There, they find an unhinged Estarosa poised to kill Elizabeth. Any chance of negotiation vanishes instantly, and the group throws themselves into battle to save her. Meanwhile, in Camelot, the assault force, Merlin, Escanor, Ludociel, Gil Thunder, and Hendrickson, enter Meliodas' domain. There, they encounter Zeldris alongside Cusack and Chandler, who have been waiting for them. The clash begins immediately. Back in Purgatory, Bond presses onward in his search for Meliodas. Hostile souls ambush him, but he fights them off and continues forward, only to fall from a towering summit into the lair of a massive, feral, dragon-like soul. They start fighting for God knows how long before collapsing in exhaustion. As they rest, Bond speaks openly about his plans to return to Britannia and his desperate wish to see the woman he loves once more. Then, he hears a familiar voice. Opening his eyes, Bond realizes the truth. The dragon was Meliodas' emotions all along.
And where did that dragon bastard go? So it was you all along.
The moment Meliodas recognizes Bond, he breaks down crying, clinging to his best friend as centuries of loneliness finally give way. The next episode continues from where we left off. Bond and Meliodas try to figure out a way to get out of this hellhole. As they both wander around the place, they come across a wild-looking boar. Both Bond and Meliodas try to catch it for whatever reason, but the creature is pretty slick. Eventually, the boar introduces himself as Wild, and he claims to know where the Demon King is. Additionally, Wild has been looking for his long-lost younger brother called Mild. Due to his weird mannerisms, Meliodas and Bond connect the dots and conclude that Wild's missing brother is actually Hawk. How is that possible? Apparently, the Demon King kidnapped Hawk from Purgatory about 8 million years ago in order to use him and spy on Meliodas. Mind you, a year in Purgatory equals 1 minute on Earth, and Meliodas met Hawk 16 years ago in the outside world, so the timeline kinda fits. So this is the official confirmation that Hawk is a spy, albeit accidentally. In the next episode, we finally get the tragic backstory of Zeldris. While the war between the Demon Clan and the Goddess Clan was in full swing, the Vampire Clan rebelled against the Demon Clan. Or, to be more precise, the King of the Vampire Clan rebelled against the Demon King. As punishment, the Demon King ordered Zeldris to execute both the Vampire King and every other vampire, regardless of their innocence. Now, this has created a bit of a problem for Zeldris, because he had a lover from the Vampire Clan named Gelda.
Zel.
You don't have to worry. If anything were to happen, you can count on me to protect you.
So, instead of executing all the vampires, Zeldris sealed them away and promised Gelda that he'll surely come back for her. Unfortunately, it took 3,000 years for him to return to the site where he sealed her, but all of the vampires had been killed. The 7 deadly sins had gotten to him long before he did. So, remember that time Meliodas whispered something into his ear? Well, Meliodas told him that Gelda is still alive and she's sealed up somewhere. This is the reason Zeldris agreed to work with Meliodas in his goal to become the new Demon King. Looks like even demons have it rough. On the battlefront, Zeldris is holding his own against the Sins and the Holy Knights, but Escanor does that sick move he pulled against Meliodas, using his bare hand as a weapon and steamrolling Zeldris. God damn! Sin of Pride just can't stop aura farming. In episode 4, after dealing with Zeldris, Escanor reverts to his frail nighttime form. With Escanor neutralized, Chandler and Cusack move in to finish the fight, only for Merlin's spell to finally show its fangs. Her double impact spell activates, locking their bodies in a delayed curse that prevents them from moving properly.
With that out of the way, absolute It happened again! Where the hell is she casting that magic from?
Even so, a battered Zeldris manages to break her enchantment long enough to retaliate. It isn't enough. However, Ludociel strikes him down decisively and proclaims victory for the Goddess Clan, savoring the moment as long overdue vengeance for Archangel Mael. Revenge is a dish best served hot. Far away in Purgatory, Bon asks Meliodas about Estarosa, and Meliodas realizes something deeply wrong. He can't remember him at all. Before the question can sink in, the Demon King himself manifests. Even more unsettling, the Demon King admits he also has no memory of Estarosa. The conclusion is unavoidable. Estarosa never truly existed. Such a complete rewriting of reality could only be the work of one being, Gowther, the commandment of selflessness. A lie so perfect, it even fooled the gods. Wow. At the Celestial Theater, floating above the clouds, King Tarmiel, Sariel, and Derieri continue their desperate battle against Estarosa. Inside the writhing mass of darkness surrounding Estarosa, Elizabeth has a sudden realization. Her memories align, the contradictions collapse, and the truth finally surfaces. Gowther's commandment unravels, releasing everyone bound by its false history. Estarosa's form destabilizes, and the truth is laid bare at last. Estarosa is Mael, the Archangel of Sunshine, twisted into a demon by altered memories and a fabricated identity.
Estarosa of the Ten Commandments never existed from the start.
What a twist! In episode 5, Gowther finally lays the truth bare for a very confused Mael. 3,000 years ago, the OG Gowther used a forbidden spell to end the Holy War in the most drastic way possible. Not by defeating the enemy, but by rewriting reality itself. Mael's memories, along with those of everyone who knew him, were altered, erasing the Archangel of Sunshine and replacing him with the demon Estarosa. Gowther explains that he, the OG, offered up his life in exchange for helping cast the spell. Overwhelmed by centuries of stolen identity, Mael's grief twists into rage.
You made me despise the brother I deeply respected, and then cherish an impure demon in his place!
Rather than accept Gowther's repentance, he turns his fury on those closest to him, deciding that killing his former allies is the only way to quiet the pain. King desperately tries to hold Mael back, but the gap in power is obvious. Sariel realizes the situation has crossed the point of no return and urges Tarmiel to fight their former comrade in earnest. This is because the commandments Mael carries are already poisoning his mind. Derieri steps forward with a strategy to pull the commandments out of Mael. It almost works until Tarmiel hesitates. That single moment of doubt is all Mael needs. He seizes the opening, annihilates Derieri's final heart, and claims her commandment. In the next episode, Mael ascends into a cocoon of blinding light, beginning the absorption process. From there, beams of corrupted radiance erupt outward, disintegrating Sariel and Tarmiel completely. Wow. While that attack is ongoing, Oslo and Dion arrive at the scene via teleportation to offer their strength. When Mael shows himself again, he looks very different. He now has 2 horns, black and white wings, and a strip of cloth with symbols of the commandment covering his face. that does give me the creeps. Refusing to let anyone else die for his sin, Gowther steps forward alone, determined to face Mael himself, even if it means paying the final price. But before he can do anything, Oslo tries to teleport Mael and his attack out of range, but sadly, this magical dog ends up getting burnt to a crisp. Mael launches an attack, which Dion thankfully redirects into the ground with her sacred treasure. Mind you, everyone here is on the floating celestial theater, so think of it as like a sky island. Mael launches another attack, which Dion again redirects into the ground, thereby destroying the floating island. So now, everyone is falling to their death. Mid-fall, King remembers his interactions with Gloxinia, and suddenly regains some steeze and composure. He slows down everyone's fall, and we see that his wings have grown way bigger than before. In fact, he looks way more mature with a different look and a new haircut. The Fairy King literally just evolved before our very eyes. In episode 7, King and Mael exchange a few attacks, but it's clear that Mael is at a disadvantage. The commandments of his are making him go berserk. Gowther then decides to try and save Mael by invading his mind. Inside Mael's mind, Gowther tells the Archangel to expel the 4 commandments inside him with his own will. But Mael is so stricken with guilt at this point that he doesn't mind dying. He just has one simple question for Gowther. Why was he chosen for this devastating spell by the OG? That's when Gowther tells him that it's because Mael had killed the woman that the OG Gowther loved in the past.
The name of the woman you killed was Glariza. She's the demon I was modeled after. And Gowther's lover.
Jesus. It's like every freaking character's motivation in this show comes from saving or avenging a lover. With this closure, Mael decides not to end things like this. He forcefully expels the commandments and joins forces with Elizabeth to fight the Demon Clan. Back in Camelot, Ludociel is still reeling from the false memory spell that affects those who knew both Mael and Estarosa. However, Zeldris admits that he's not affected because he never loved Estarosa as a brother. Not surprising. In preparation for round 2, Chandler and Cusack merged themselves into one formidable force. Apparently, the Demon King had separated a very powerful demon into 2 and assigned them to mentor his sons, Meliodas and Zeldris. So now, the 2 mentors are going back to their original form. What a terrifying situation. In the next episode, Bon, Meliodas, and Wild charge at the Demon King together, but their attacks are effortlessly turned aside. The Demon King unveils his ability, the Ruler, which converts hostile magic into power for himself. In short, fighting him only makes him stronger. Yikes. We also learn that Bon has awakened healing magic for some reason. Eventually, Wild sacrifices himself to buy the 2 sins enough time to reach the exit of Purgatory. However, only Bon manages to exit because Meliodas gets captured by the Demon King. But the situation turns out not so bad for Meliodas because he somehow severs the Demon King's arm, leaving his father looking flustered about his next move. Bon exits Purgatory through Hawk's eyes and reassures Elizabeth that Meliodas is coming back. He then goes to Elaine's location, slaughters a bunch of demons, and catches her mid-fall. They have a quiet moment together as Bon ends up using the power of the Fountain of Youth within him to save Elaine's life. And just like that, our boy has lost his immortality. What's eternal life without the woman you love? In the following episode, Chandler and Cusack merge into the entity known as the Original Demon. His power level is outrageous at this point. At the same time, King, Dion, and others are all headed to Camelot to stop Meliodas from becoming the new Demon King. The bad news is, those 4 commandments that were expelled from Mael are also headed to Camelot. The 4 commandments, including Meliscula's commandment that Merlin had confiscated, all merge together and become absorbed in Meliodas' cocoon. In order to seal the entire cocoon, Merlin starts performing a powerful spell right in front of Zeldris and the Original Demon. As they try to stop her, Escanor and King intervene. Meanwhile, as Ludociel remains in a weakened state, Hendrickson uses the opportunity to expel him from Princess Margaret's body. After Gil Thunder escapes with Margaret, Hendrickson offers Ludociel his own body as a vessel, but the Archangel simply heals him and joins the fight against the original demon. As for Escanor, he got sent flying to God knows where, only to be caught mid-fall by Mael, the Archangel of Sunshine. Oh, what a awkward reunion. In the following episode, Escanor lends his power of sunshine to Mael to continue holding off the original demon and Zeldris. Merlin's spell will take a total of 12 minutes to officially kick in. Mael faces off against Zeldris one-on-one and subdues the demon. After 12 whole minutes, time gets frozen around the cocoon. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. However, as Hawk would soon find out, the cocoon is now empty. In other words, Merlin was too late. Elizabeth turns and sees Meliodas looking very different from the guy she always knew. This is the new Demon King, folks. In the next episode, we see that Meliodas has successfully absorbed the 10 Commandments. However, it is the Demon King who's in control. It was his plan all along to have Meliodas absorb the Commandments, and at the last minute, he would take possession of his body and enter the outside world. Slick move, Dad. The Demon King starts wrecking everyone like it's nobody's business. Thankfully, Bon shows up with a promise to evict the Demon King back to Purgatory. And man, our boy is not bluffing. He actually throws a couple solid hits on the enemy, and at some point, Bon remarks that the Demon King is too slow and is incapable of controlling this vessel. Turns out, Meliodas is fighting the Demon King inside his mind, or more accurately, inside the spirit world. The Demon King plays dirty and lies to Meliodas that it's already too late to save Elizabeth. The thought that he couldn't save his beloved really messes with Meliodas' composure, allowing the Demon King to gain the upper hand in his fight against Bon. Seeing that the tide has suddenly turned against Bon, Elizabeth and the other Sins use a spell to communicate with Meliodas in the spirit world. By motivating him back to his feet, they hope to expel the Demon King from his body. Let's see if that works out. The answer becomes clear in episode 12. The 7 deadly sins' presence in the spirit world gives Meliodas all the boosts and supplements he needs to send his old man packing. Hell, even Zeldris turns on the Demon King for ordering him to execute his girlfriend's clan, despite knowing about his entanglement at the time. At the end of the episode, Meliodas regains control of his body and reunites with all of his friends. In the next episode, all the random demons attacking Leoness begin to retreat, and now there is only one important thing left: to break the curses on Meliodas and Elizabeth. Everyone thinks it's no longer possible now, but Meliodas says it is very possible. Why? Because apparently, he now has the power to break the curse after awakening his intrinsic abilities in Purgatory. Most people would call it an ass pull, but I call it progress. So now, with Merlin's help, Meliodas finally breaks the curse of everlasting life and eternal reincarnation. But wait, there's more! Meliodas and Elizabeth take a side trip to some dungeon where Gelda was sealed. He breaks the seal and tells her that Zeldris has never given up on her. With that reassurance, Gelda flies off to find him. Later on, Bon and Meliodas meet Hawk, and instead of just telling him about his older brother from Purgatory, they start singing.
Sleep so you'll grow to be big, brave, and strong.
What's with the super lame?
This was the lullaby that Wild used to sing for Hawk when he was little. Hawk starts tearing up, even though he admits he doesn't know why he's crying. Just tell him already, guys! In the next episode, the whole of Britannia is experiencing some strange and devastating natural disasters. Bon explains to Elaine that these things are happening because Meliodas became the Demon King, and the Earth is trying to get rid of him. Knowing all this, Meliodas plans on leaving this world very soon. Even the other Sins suspect that their captain will be leaving them at some point. However, it looks like King Bartra didn't get the memo. He wants Meliodas to succeed him as the King of Leoness. Elizabeth objects to this proposal, saying that she'll be traveling to the demon realm with Meliodas. Everyone's jaw might have hit the floor upon hearing that. Later on, the day finally comes for Meliodas to depart. Merlin opens a portal to the demon realm, and Meliodas officially disbands the 7 deadly sins. ends. Everyone says their goodbyes and Elizabeth heads to the portal. Then, out of nowhere, a giant rock lands on top of Elizabeth, seemingly crushing her.
So long, everybody!
Wait, what the hell just happened? In episode 15, we find out that Elizabeth did not, in fact, get crushed by the giant rock. It simply missed by a hair's breadth. Oof. But more importantly, the curse of everlasting reincarnation physically manifests next to Elizabeth. Meliodas tries to break it again and again, but it just keeps regenerating. The sins conclude that this means the Demon King is still out there.
That's bad news. It likely means that the Demon King didn't die after all.
Yeah.
And right on cue, we see that the Demon King has taken a new vessel, his younger son, Zeldris. During the last battle, Chandler and Cusack separated again from the original demon. Seeing that Zeldris was lying helpless and that the 10 Commandments were just floating on the battlefield, Cusack decided to take matters into his own hands. He killed Chandler so he wouldn't get in his way, and then grabbed Zeldris along with the 10 Commandments. At a secure location, he infused the Commandments into Zeldris to make him the new Demon King. But just like with Meliodas, the Demon King took possession of Zeldris' body. After that, he swiftly eliminates Cusack because he finds him nauseating. Meanwhile, back at the Boar Hat, Meliodas already knows that Zeldris is the new vessel of the Demon King. He doesn't inform the other guys because he wants to keep them out of this family problem.
It's his new vessel.
This problem's between me, my brother and father. I don't want the sins involved any further.
I don't think they'd appreciate that excuse, Captain. He and Elizabeth then go to confront the Demon King at Lake Salisbury, a place with a high concentration of magic. At the lake, the Demon King is trying to gain control of Zeldris' body. Just like clockwork, he lies to his son by creating a false image of Gelda. This fake Gelda tells Zeldris that she was killed a long time ago by Meliodas and the 7 deadly sins, and that now, in the spirit realm, they can be together forever. In the next episode, we shift to the kingdom of Leoness, where the Holy Knights are fighting off a monster unleashed by the Demon King. Escanor comes in to help, but he doesn't have his sunshine ability anymore. So he's more or less like any other civilian. Be that as it may, Escanor is willing to sacrifice himself to protect the Holy Knights. After taking a whole lot of ass-whooping, Escanor calls on Mael to lend him the sunshine power again. As Escanor is about to be killed by the monster, Mael does a last-minute save. Mael reluctantly agrees to lend Escanor the sunshine power for one last time. Meanwhile, at Lake Salisbury, the Demon King is going at it with Meliodas. Unfortunately, the big baddie just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Despite the odds, Meliodas repeatedly calls out to Zeldris to regain control of his body, but it all seems to fall on deaf ears. At the end of the episode, the rest of the 7 deadly sins arrive to lend their support. They just knew something was up after he sneaked out with Elizabeth. Man, I love seeing these guys working together. In episode 17, Escanor, armed with the power of the sun, stalls the Demon King while Meliodas and Gowther invade Zeldris' spirit realm. The duo eventually find Zeldris all tied up with the fake Gelda by his side. Gelda starts yapping a bunch of nonsense about Meliodas betraying Zeldris and killing her. Zeldris realizes that this is not the real Gelda from the way she talks and how she keeps fawning over him. Having been exposed, fake Gelda disappears. But we do get the real Gelda, who enters the spirit realm after biting the Demon King. The two lovers reunite and have to face off against the Demon King in the spirit realm, just like Meliodas did before. The episode ends with Dion using her ability to completely remove Lake Salisbury so the Demon King wouldn't be able to replenish himself with the lake's magic. In episode 18, Escanor goes all out against the Demon King. However, despite becoming the One, Escanor still can't defeat the enemy. It doesn't help that the One can only be sustained for 1 minute. So the Lion's Sin decides to take things up a notch by burning the remainder of his life force to finish off the Demon King. Damn! While that's happening, we get a bittersweet flashback to the time Escanor joined the 7 deadly sins. The sins were the only ones who weren't afraid of his devastating power, and for the first time ever, he felt like he truly belonged somewhere. And now, back in the present, he's ready to do whatever it takes to eradicate anyone that threatens his comrades. Escanor is so badass, man. We continue from where we left off in episode 19. Other members of the 7 deadly sins intervene to stop Escanor from basically sacrificing himself. With their combined attack, they succeed in putting the fear of God in the Demon King, and inside the spirit realm, things aren't going well for the Demon King either. Zeldris is busy dispelling illusions and slowly weakening his father. Eventually, he manages to expel his father and all 10 commandments from his body. But wait, there's more! The Demon King ain't ready to go quietly into the night. After losing his second vessel, he decides to crash out by using the very land of Britannia as his new vessel. It's pretty much loser behavior, and the sins make sure that he understands that. Yeah, evil demon, buzz off already. In episode 20, the fight against the Demon King continues. It really feels like this battle has been going on forever, doesn't it? Anyway, the sins pull off a combo move that destroys the Demon King. That combo attack could have wiped off at least half of Britannia, but thanks to Lake Salisbury, the impact was magically absorbed. With the Demon King defeated, the 10 commandments are left floating together. Meliodas uses his own Demon King ability to destroy all of them once and for all.
I'll throw everything I've got at them and wipe out the Demon King for good.
With that business settled, Zeldris departs with Gelda. The atmosphere seems more upbeat, and for good reason, but then we learn that Escanor is literally about to die. The sunshine power has taken a massive toll on him, and all of his life force has practically been burned away. He thanks each one of the 7 deadly sins, and especially Merlin, whom he always loved. Even though she never loved him back, Merlin gives him a first and last kiss, a gesture that leaves her with a visible scar. With that, Escanor finally succumbs to the flames of sunshine. Damn, I'll miss that guy. In the next episode, the rest of the sins are slowly adjusting to their new reality. All of them express a dream that they want to accomplish, all except Merlin. Nobody knows what she really wants. However, instead of saying what she wants, she decides to show them. She summons Arthur's body to Lake Salisbury. There, she speaks with the spirit guarding the lake, also known as the Lady of the Lake. Merlin chants a spell that resurrects Arthur, making him the new vessel of an entity known as Chaos.
Merlin! What's wrong with Arthur?
Nothing's wrong. I told you from the beginning my goal was to awaken him, to become the King of Chaos.
Apparently, Chaos was the entity that created the Demon King and the Supreme Deity. As Merlin describes it, Chaos is an impure being of darkness that demons fear and a pure being of light that goddesses worship. The Lady of the Lake offers some more exposition to the sins. She reveals that Chaos also created the fairies, the giants, and the humans. However, out of their own insecurities, the Demon King and the Supreme Deity conspired to have Chaos sealed away. Due to the defeat of the Demon King, the seal has practically been broken, and now there's a power vacuum. So, to maintain the balance of power that is necessary for the world, Merlin has summoned Chaos to inhabit Arthur as his vessel. So, this was always Merlin's desire. Holy twist! We also get a little flashback of Merlin's past. After running away from home, she met Meliodas and fell in love with him. Unfortunately, he didn't love her back, and Merlin had to suck it up. You win some, you lose some. In episode 22, it's now official. Arthur is the King of Chaos, but that's not the end of it. All this time, Chaos had been inhabiting Hawk's mom. Yeah, the sins had been interacting with this strange entity all this time. Even Hawk is speechless. I mean, who wouldn't be? Anyway, as Arthur goes to embrace his beloved pet cat, the cat literally bites off his arm and eats it. What the? The Lady of the Lake reveals that Kath's true name is Kath Palug, and he was born from Chaos and represents its lust for power and destruction. In the past, Kath had challenged Chaos and lost, so he sees this as an opportunity for round 2. Arthur uses Excalibur to pulverize that evil cat. With Arthur now wounded, Merlin vows to take care of him. She tells the other sins that she can no longer associate them after hiding her plans to revive Chaos, an entity entity which can be harnessed for good or for evil. So she teleports them back to Leoness and stays behind with Arthur. In episode 23, Kath returns to devour Arthur and become one with chaos. In order to make Arthur lose his composure, Kath tells him that he has nothing left to fight for. The kingdom of Camelot has already been reduced to rubble, and Arthur confirms this as factual using the power of chaos. The sight of Camelot devastates the young kid. Merlin tries to snap him out of it, just as Kath moves in for the killing blow. Thankfully, the rest of the 7 deadly sins arrive just in time to help their comrade. Meliodas tells Merlin that she should take full responsibility for protecting Arthur, while they, the sins, take full responsibility for protecting both her and Arthur. Oh, how sweet. Kath, despite getting destroyed, regenerates as he fights the sins. Arthur then uses Excalibur and the power of chaos to literally swallow Kath. Don't ask me how. So, with Kath inside Arthur's stomach, the whole gang can finally breathe. In the last episode of Season 5, we find out that Meliodas is now the king of Leoness, and he now has a son with Elizabeth. That's literally it. I mean, we get another reunion of the 7 deadly sins after about 10 years, I guess. They all reminisce about their journey so far and look forward to being there for each other no matter what. Good for them, I would say. And that's the whole story of the 7 deadly sins. Ooh, that was a roller coaster. Anyway, feel free to click on the video on screen to watch another one of my videos, and in the meantime, peace!